Hi, everybody. Yes, Sky Queen got first. Congratulations. A couple minutes off here, guys. We're going to get started. Nicolae Miu, day 6. So here we go, chat. Day 6 ended early, it looks like. I get the feeling the state ended early because it looks like they ran through all their witnesses. So we'll be able to catch this up pretty quick, chat. That's the good news. Speed. We're going to customize that speed here. All right. Do we have closed captioning? Guys, there is no closed captioning for this yet. I apologize, but there's nothing we can do about it. So you'll have to survive. Lucas, let's go. I love these streams. Why briefs to close out the workday? You and me both. All right. You and me both, Lucas. All right, guys, here we go. Oh, I got to boost it. Get like a douchebag Ukraine supporter. It's boosted. There we go. All right.
Peloquuin.
Oh, and how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, and what do you do for a living? Are you going to school or?
Right now I'm a barback and I do snow removal and landscaping.
What town do you live in?
Afton.
Did you know a person named Issac Schuman?
Yes, I did. He was my best friend.
How many years did you know Isaac?
A lot, probably like 5 or 6 years.
Did you go to school together?
Yes, we did.
Were you with Isaac back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you with him on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
Or were you with him when he was killed that day?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th, 2022, how old were you then?
I was 17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No, we hadn't started senior year yet.
Was that the summer before your senior year?
Yes, it was.
Had you ever been on the Apple River before?
No, that was my first time.
Did you ride to the river with Alex Fang?
Yeah, we all rode together in Alsman.
You ride tubes?
Yeah.
Got on the river?
Mm-hmm.
Said yes?
Yes, that's yes.
Were you drinking that day?
What the fuck is going on here? Did long crime crashed? Yeah, long crime went down for a minute.
Or he was standing?
It was like ankle high, like
There we go.
nothing more than probably 10 inches.
Was he in a tube?
No.
Was he with anybody else?
No, he was not with anyone else.
Were you ever able to determine if he was with the group?
No, I never saw anyone else.
All right. Did you ask him what the heck he was doing standing in the river?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Did he say to you something about looking for a phone?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Do you remember talking to police about this the day that happened?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember telling the police that he said he was looking for a phone?
Don't, no.
If it's in the transcript, is that something that you would have said?
If it's in the transcript, yeah.
As you sit here today, you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember saying that ever.
All right. You know, we'll strike that since you don't remember. At some point, did he approach your group?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe how he did that?
He just weirdly like sprinted at us, like just made us all super uncomfortable. It was,
Were you sitting in the tube when that happened?
yeah, we were all sitting.
All right, we're gonna play some video for you here on.
That's right. What is he on? Whoa! 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 Away! Whoa!
When you testified just a minute ago that he had sprinted up on you, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
What you just watched on the video? Was that your voice saying, "Yo, get away"?
That was.
Did he get away?
Not once.
Did he grab onto your tubes?
Yes, he did.
Did he stop your tubes from floating down the river?
Yes, he did.
This is a leading question. Please refrain.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes, were you able to continue your journey?
No, we were not.
What did you do after he grabbed onto the tubes?
We all got out of our tubes and we're just like scared, wondering what was going on.
Did you move away from him?
To To an extent, we got up and away with like from our tubes. Yeah.
Other than saying you'll get away, did you say anything else to him at that
Yes.
point?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
We were calling him a pedophile because he at one point did say something about little girls. Couldn't really make out fully what he said, but I heard him say something about little girls, and then that didn't sit right with any of us, and so we're screaming at him, pedophile, get out of
You
here.
didn't even know what the fuck he
Like,
said. You started
you're a
calling
weirdo.
him that. You
A
fucking
normal person would
idiot.
do, I feel like.
Fair to say you were calling him some names.
Yes, it was.
Did any of your group at that point lay a hand on him after he?
Not once.
You say that.
When you spoke to the police later, do you recall if you mentioned anything about his little girl's comment, whatever it was?
I believe I did.
If there's transcripts that show you didn't mention that, would that be accurate?
Yeah. Did you say did?
If there was a transcript that shows that you never mentioned that, would that be accurate?
I never did?
Right.
No, that'd not be accurate. I said that.
Did you have some confusion as to why he was making contact with your group?
Yeah, very much so.
When he grabbed onto your tubes, did he say he was doing that to look for a phone?
No, he was not speaking really at all. He was just mumbling and just looking really scary.
All right. As you sit here today, you indicated that you were yelling at him and calling him names.
Mhm.
Looking back on it, is that something you regret now?
Very much so.
You wish you'd done some things differently that day?
Yes, I do.
Did you and your friends continue to yell at him? Did
Bet you do feel bad about this.
go?
Yeah, throughout the whole time, I feel like.
At some point, did somebody else on the river come over to see what was going on?
Yeah, after we called people over for help, we couldn't get him away.
Did some folks come over?
Yes, they did.
Did you know those folks at all?
Not at all.
Were they adults or were they teenagers like you?
They were adults.
If you remember, who was the first person to show up, but in response to your yells?
It was a blonde girl.
All right, and eventually did some other folks come over too?
Yeah, her whole group.
The folks that came over, were they male or female or both?
Both.
Once the blonde lady came over, did she also tell Mr. Miu to leave?
Yes, multiple times.
Did he leave?
Not once.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say that you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. Could you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
They did not, in fact.
Were you less
handle it.
scared? And I think your answer was
Yeah.
you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Miu say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless. Like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Miu call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah,
You know where he got the knife from?
it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
I
Did
saw
you
the
describe
clip.
the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket? If you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an answer.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife. And I tried to pull some people back.
All right, we're going to watch that video right now. Is that the point where you saw the knife?
Yes, it is.
We're going to go through these, through that section of the video slowly. As it was playing, did you hear your own voice saying something about the knife?
What was that, sorry?
As that video was playing, did you hear your voice saying something?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife.
Once you said that, the video appears to show you taking a step forward. What were you doing?
I was trying to grab my buddy Nelson and pull him back, and then I didn't know the other girl. I just tried to grab any other person and pull her back too.
after you did that, did you move away?
I believe I did. I don't really remember much from
All right.
that point.
We're gonna go through some stills here, starting at 26, 24. Starting at 26, well, I guess it's 26, 25. Do you see yourself in that picture, Owen?
Yes, I do.
Oh, is that you in the pink and blue shorts there?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can back up, please. Go forward one frame. Owen, can you describe what the expression on your face is at this point?
Just pure shock.
What was that face? Why were you making that face?
It's because I saw the knife.
All right, move forward. Stop. Is that the step you took forward to grab Ryan Nelson?
Yes, it is.
All right, keep going. All right. We stopped at 26:52 for the record. Now, when you saw the knife, which hand was he holding it in?
His right hand.
All right. Did you, as you were standing there, did you see him strike anybody?
I did not see him strike anyone, but I heard it and I watched her stumble backwards.
All right. Were you looking at the knife when that happened?
I don't know exactly what I was
Sorry.
looking at.
Where were you looking at the time that you heard what you thought was a punch?
I really don't know exactly where I was looking.
But fair to say you were not looking at the blonde lady.
No, I was not.
You testified. Okay, strike that. After you heard something, did you see the blonde lady have a physical reaction to what you heard?
Yes, I saw her stumble backwards.
All right. Did you see whether she ever went down in the water?
She didn't like fully fall down. She like stumbled back and kind of like caught herself.
All right. At that point, what did you do?
I don't really know.
All right. Did you see anybody strike Mr. Miu?
I didn't really see the strike, but I did see Mr. Miu fall.
Did he fall in the water?
Yes, he did.
Do you know whether or not he still had the knife in his hand at the time that he fell?
Do not.
Did you see anybody else with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Did you see, once Mr. Miu was in the water, did you see anybody hit him in the water?
No, not in my memory. No. Memory. No.
Did you see Mr. Miu cut or stab anybody with a knife?
No, it was also quick. I didn't see any of it.
Did you yourself ever lay a hand on Mr. Miu?
No,
Overruled.
I didn't not.
At some point, did you see Mr. Miu get up out of the water?
Yeah, I saw him stand back up.
All right, we're going to show you a still from the video. It's 29:29. Is this the point where Mr. Miu had stood back up?
I don't know.
All right. Do you see yourself in this photo?
That might be my left arm.
If we zoom in on that, would that help you? Do
Yeah, I think this.
you see yourself in that photo?
Oh yeah, I do. I guess I'm in the way back.
All right. What kind of expression are you making on your face?
I have my mouth wide open.
All right. At that point, do you remember how you got back to where you were in this picture?
No clue.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
I didn't see him get stabbed, but I saw him fall into the water. And my buddy Alex was calling my name to come help.
Were you fairly close to? Don't strike that. Did you?
All right, guys. While we're listening to Caveman cry here and start to cry, real quick, Pseudo Snark for 3 months, been a member. Thank you, by the way, for your support. It's saying, do you see Calvin Riley, that guy down in Tallahassee? We covered all that. Yes, he was convicted of DUI today, which it's funny he got convicted of DUI, but he was acquitted of having a suspended license. I don't blame him for going to trial. Apparently, he was given an offer, but given how, and it's funny, the police officers didn't need to lie and fabricate evidence. They had enough, like I said, they had enough probable cause. Why they had to go lie and do all that, I don't know. And I still think they should have been punished. It's the only way you'll deter that conduct. So it's a shame he got convicted, but, that's life. Darcy said they couldn't find anybody willing to do jury nullification. Darcy for $20. Thank you, Darcy. Let's go! Chat is saying, I know depositions could get wild today in Vegas at a law firm. 2 people and the suspect are dead. crazy. I want to know what the case was. I do too, but that's why in my office there are multiple. Well, in the offices I've been, in the other office I've been in, there are multiple firearms around the building. So yeah, and for a long time I had my Ruger 357 in my desk because in case anybody broke in, I wasn't afraid to lose that. But yeah, that was loaded up with some 357 hollow points, getting ready to get her done. So no, I didn't know about that, but that's crazy. That stuff can be crazy, chat. So yeah, gotta be careful. Probably a divorce case if I had to guess. Probably a divorce case. So let's keep going. But thank you for the super chat, Darcy. Sean as a Julie does once a month, do a barrel roll. Yeah. Yeah. So here we go.
Go over to where Isaac had fallen.
Yes, I did.
What did you do when you got over there?
We picked him up and brought him to the shore.
Isaac had
Were
fallen.
you able to see that he had a significant wound?
Yes, I was.
Where was his wound?
It's on his chest.
What did you do to assist Isaac?
I tried my hardest to stop the bleeding.
Did you bring Isaac over to the shore?
Yeah, with Alex's help.
At some point, did some folks stop to help?
Yeah.
After they stopped to help, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a phone on you at the time?
I think my phone was in his bag.
All right. And did you use the phone?
No. Or well, oh yeah, I did. Well, eventually I got my phone back and I ended up calling his mom.
All right. Did some police officers eventually show up on the river?
Yes, they did.
And was Isaac eventually taken off the river?
Yes, he was.
Did you follow him up?
I did, yes.
Did they eventually put him in an ambulance,
Yes, they did.
take him to the hospital?
Yes.
And did you follow?
Yes, we did.
At some point, were you informed as to what Isaac's condition was at the hospital?
Yeah.
What was it?
He was not alive. And
Don't answer the question. Don't ask another one.
Did you yourself take any pictures or recordings of this incident, Mr. Miu?
no, I did not.
You're aware that Jawan Cockfield did?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you watched that video?
I have once. Yeah.
When you're at the hospital, did you give a statement to the officer,
Yes, I did.
to an officer? When you gave him that statement, were you trying to be accurate?
Yes, I was.
Do you believe that you were impaired at that point still?
I believe I was still in so much shock. I still didn't really comprehend everything.
All right. No other questions?
Which means, yes, you were
Darcy?
highly drunk still.
Pelican, you gave a 17-minute long recorded interview to law enforcement. Okay, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or after the river or at the hospital?
At the hospital, you gave an interview to Investigator Andrew Dittman.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. And Investigator Dittman, I don't know if you remember this, there's a transcript of it,
Mhm.
asked you about your contact
Mhm.
with Mr. Miu. You remember that?
Not really off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked this question and providing this answer? From a question from Investigator Dittman. Okay, so about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, this guy, does he walk up to you guys, float up to you guys? Your answer. We were floating, and then we look at him, and he was just standing completely by himself with some goggles on. And then we were like, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm looking for a phone. Do you remember providing that answer to that question?
Not at all.
Is that true?
Very true.
That happened.
No,
That didn't happen.
I do not remember.
You don't remember what happened that day in the river?
I remember.
So did he or did he not tell you that he was looking for a phone?
I don't recall him ever saying that. No.
Okay. Is your memory better today or is it better on the day of the incident?
I'd say it's better today.
It's better today, almost 2 years later.
Because I've been able to think about it a lot.
Well, in between the time of the incident and today, do you ever reach back out to law enforcement to make any corrections that you might have had?
No, I'm pretty young. I wouldn't have known how to do that.
Okay.
Still one.
Hey, officer, I messed
Yeah.
up.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. You were asked by the state about whether or not you mentioned to the police that there's a statement that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for little girls. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not in your statement to police. I'm telling you that. Do you know that?
No, that's what's
Sustained.
Do you know that it's not in your statement, your recorded statement to police anywhere
I'm
that you
not
say
aware
that
of
he
that.
was looking for little girls?
I don't recall, no.
But is it your testimony that you recall telling officers that?
I feel like I did, yes. I still do.
So
Feel
then
like I
it
did.
should be in this.
It should be, yes. I'm almost positive I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm almost positive I told him that.
Well, if you're almost positive that you told him that, would you have an explanation for why it's not in here?
No, sir.
Your Honor, speculation.
No, sir.
You don't mention to police, but we saw an interview. I'm sorry, we saw a video of Juwan Cockfield calling Mr. Miu a raper. You remember that?
Slightly, yeah.
And do you remember at that point, Mr. Miu just kind of being a little bit away from you guys and hold on.
Sorry.
And Mr. Cockfield just yelling at him, calling him a raper. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember floating towards him.
Do you remember? My question was, do you remember Mr. Cockfield calling him a raper?
Yes.
At that point, where Mr. Cockfield calls Mr. Miu a raper, has your group had a conversation with him?
I don't really remember.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So at that point, would there be a basis to start calling him names?
He was just like standing really weirdly in front of us and we were floating towards him. And I mean, while we couldn't move our tubes, we were gonna run into him eventually. So we just said something to him. I don't really remember what we said though.
I'm going to show you this video
Mhm.
where he calls him a raper. And I want you to tell me if you look like you're going to run into him.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
This is exhibit 2 I'm playing.
Grown man trying to sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck, child? He's a raper.
You look like you're in danger of running into him at that point?
No, because he was walking on a diagonal away from us. He was in front of us though.
He was walking away from you, right?
For
You
a
just said.
second, yeah.
And at that point, so he's not impeding your path at that point, true?
True.
Okay. And Juwan Cockfield is holding a phone, is he not?
Yes, he is.
And do you know, you tell the police that you're calling Mr. Miu a pedophile
Mhm.
because he's looking at you, right?
Because he was looking really weird, yeah. And we were kids.
You didn't say that you're calling him a pedophile because he said anything about kids though, right?
I remember like I did, but I must not have.
Yes, you guys
You
are
then see
assholes and your
Mr.
friends
Miu
dead of it because of it.
Come up to your tubes, right?
Yes, very, very quickly.
And at that point, I think you said that you were scared.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I was definitely scared.
You'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you guys, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were asked a question. Was he confrontational with you guys? And you said no. So you'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you,
Can
right?
you elaborate what confrontational means?
It's telling you that.
What
officer asked
fucking
you a
idiot.
question.
Okay.
That question was he like confrontational with you guys? Your answer was no.
Yep, if it's there, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't confrontational. He comes up to your tubes. You agree he walks by your tubes then, right?
To an extent, yes.
And he walks past your tubes downriver a little bit. True?
Just a little bit, yep.
You'd agree that you guys move in his direction, yes?
Yes.
You'd agree that at some point, Issac Schuman is standing in front of him with his hands up like my hands are up.
Yes,
Right.
probably trying to tell him to leave.
Well, I'm not asking you what you think he's doing. What I'm asking you is, you see Issac Schuman with his hands up in front of him, right?
Yes, I do.
So your group is confronting him, yes?
I wouldn't say confronting, I'd say trying to tell him to leave.
Okay, but you guys are scared
Scared, yes.
and you guys are telling him to leave, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and then you see, and now you know he's alone, right?
Yeah, I never saw he was with anyone ever.
And there's at least at that point, the 6 of you.
Yep.
You see him walk toward the blonde woman.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he walks out of your path, does he not?
Yeah, for a split second, yeah.
He's over there talking to the woman for more than a split second, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you can go by, can't you?
We could have, yes.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
Right.
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right, you guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
It was also quick and like, I don't really feel like no one really leaving that situation since it was also quick and the commotion was just like everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on, and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
You wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
John Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for like a camera, like a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
You know,
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, you got 10 seconds? Remember that?
I don't recall that.
Did you say that?
I did not.
So Mr. Miu moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah,
Okay. What do you want to see through?
just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched them. None of us did anything.
Right. You want to see you want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to
is.
leave also the two girls that were talking to him alone. Like, I mean, there's just so much stuff like you couldn't really say like we should just leave because I don't know who would just leave in that situation because it was all so quick.
People
And
who were scared might want to leave, right?
That was a question.
Right.
could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
Oh, you guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes,
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling him how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us, and
So you pay him back.
I wouldn't say paying it back. No,
Well, would you agree you guys are around him?
No.
All pointing at him, chanting at him, right?
we weren't really all around him, no, but we were chanting and saying pedophile, get him, he's weird, all that stuff.
I'm going to show you a photograph. I want you to tell me if you think what your group is doing would be considered taunting someone. Okay?
Okay.
Can you bring Mr. Pelican, that's your group kind of behind Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, on his right shoulder, yeah.
And you guys are doing what I'm doing with my hands, which is you're raising your arms, pointing at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just going to play through it. It was at 2373. 2386. That's you right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the pink and blue shorts.
You don't think you're taunting him?
I would say I was pointing at him.
You don't think you were taunting him?
Objection asked and answered.
Am I answering?
Yes, please.
I felt like I was pointing at him.
You've said that. My question to you, though, is do you believe your actions there with the rest of your friends are taunting him?
It could be considered that, yeah.
And you're
No.
taunting him.
Notice him. You could be considered that. This is once again, I feel bad for him to an extent because he's now realizing, wow, we were fucking dickheads, and if we hadn't been, my friend wouldn't be dead. I get that it sucks for him, but homie, you guys had your chance.
Because you're feeling more confident and brave because of the other people, right? That's one reason.
Yes, sir.
He's alone. That's another reason, right?
Yes.
So, and at that point, you'd agree it's more than 10 against 1, right? There's more than 10 of you against Mr. Miu by himself, right?
Yeah, but I mean, no one really, not everyone was like punching him or doing anything to him.
My question to you initially was the numbers. It's
I'd
more than
say
10.
there's probably about 10, yeah.
Only one of us can talk at a time, okay?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So those are the reasons that you are taunting him is your confidence, your bravery is up, and the number of people around are also up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you do you hear the blonde when when Mr. Miu walks over to the blonde, she's screaming at him.
Yeah.
You heard that.
She was screaming, telling him to leave, get out of here.
And she's swearing at him, right?
Probably, yeah.
She's in his face, isn't she?
Not like in his face. I'd say probably like a foot apart, 2 feet apart.
A foot or two apart.
Yeah, just like telling him to leave.
She hadn't asked you anything about what had happened, right?
No.
So in terms of what you are seeing and hearing, she just walks up to him and tells him to leave, right?
Yeah, because we were calling like, help get this guy out of here. I get him out of here.
Call him a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly.
And you calling him a pedophile right? Other people came around.
Exactly, yes.
Would you agree the more that you guys are calling him names, pedophile, predator, the higher the temperature is getting, meaning the more aggravated people are getting? You'd agree with that, right?
Not that I know. I don't know other people's feelings.
No, what I'm saying is what you observed.
I couldn't really tell you for sure or not.
Come on, caveman. Yes, you know. No, I wouldn't have got mad.
Do
You
you
called me a
remember,
pedophile,
or do you remember
duh.
seeing Mr. Mew waving?
I
like
did
this
not
with
see
his
that.
hand? You don't see that.
Did not see that, no.
You do see other people come over from the blondes group though, right?
Everyone kind of came at the same time. Like their group came over.
Okay, and there was, well, that may or may not be correct. There are at least 6, 7, 8 people that come over from their group, right?
Yeah, probably around that.
And at that point, you have to be feeling pretty confident in terms of the numbers, right?
Yes.
So at that point, you getting near him, you're not worried about that anymore, are you?
Not as much so, no.
Well, there's pictures you're within
Yeah, exactly.
inches of him, right?
Yeah.
Object inches, that's not the evidence.
Yeah, not inches.
The witness gives the answers. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
I was never, I was probably with
Hold
enough.
on, hold on. Just rely, please, on what the witness says. Next question.
But you agree that initially starting out as scared, by the end, you're very close to him, pointing, and as you said, some people might consider taunting him, right?
By the end, I mean, I was in complete shock because I saw a bunch of people stabbed.
In terms of when you were taunting him.
In terms,
Yes?
yeah.
Now you see so, may I question?
Yes.
Mr. Pelican, I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104. Okay. I'm not trying to trick you, so I want to make sure you and I are on the same page on this. There are initials here. Do you see those? Okay. So for example, OP would stand for your, right? And right, it's right. Okay, so it's supposed to be Landon Weir. This is Isaac. Right. Okay. And this is kind of G1 is kind of where your tubes were in general. Okay. Would you say, in looking at this diagram, right before what I'm showing you here, which is at 149 of the video, that's kind of the general setup of where people are. In this.
Like in that clip you just showed over there, I was standing next to Ryan Nelson.
Okay. But you'd agree in general, am I right, that this is kind of the general pattern of where people are?
In general.
Okay. And if I have it right, you would agree, people are like where I am to you on Mr. Mew, not directly behind him, but off to his side. Yes. There's people in front of him.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's people kind of off to his other side. Is that fair? Yeah. Okay. And if I told you that the evidence has been, or this document, there's 13 people and Mr. Mew by himself. Would you agree with that? Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. A lot of us were just like standing there, going watching.
Well, you're not telling Mr. Mew what you're going to do, right?
What do you mean?
When you say people are standing there, you agree people don't know what other people are going to do.
I mean, yeah, yeah,
So you're not telling him that you're not going to do anything. You're all just
standing there
taunting him.
to an extent. Weren't taunting him the whole time.
And you'd agree, though, you've already said this, in terms of what's going on, because of the number of people, your bravery, you're becoming more emboldened on what you're doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
You can answer the question.
Oh, could you repeat it?
You're becoming more emboldened, meaning your behavior, you're becoming more and more willing to do things because of the number of people around.
No, I was just standing there and just watching. I never would have ever put my hands on anyone.
He doesn't know. Right?
Objection is still.
Sustained. Speculation.
You can say, would you agree it's speculation? Yeah, I'd have to speculate.
Did
He
you,
doesn't
I
know
want to
what
make
you're
sure I
doing.
understand this right. Did you see what happened between Mr. Mew and the blonde person, blonde girl?
No, I did not see, but I heard the fist hit her face, and then I saw her stumble backwards.
I want to make sure I got it right. You said you heard his fist hit her face.
Exactly,
If you didn't see it, how do you know he hit her?
because he was the only one doing anything to anyone.
You didn't see it.
I could
Ah!
clearly make out that that's what happened.
How? You just said you couldn't see it.
Just because, I mean, he was standing right in front of her and he looked like he had
Oh,
a
you
crazy
got
look on
him,
his
Chad,
face
you
and she
got
stumbled
him.
backwards and she was standing right in front of him. Clearly, I could make out that he hit her. Clearly, I could.
How? You didn't see it.
By using my brain and putting the pieces together, I could clearly tell that he hit her. And
Oh,
I mean-
he's getting mad.
he clearly hit her. I mean, there's no denying that.
I'm going to ask you to explain to me, because you didn't see it,
hmm
how you know that.
Oh, I know what.
You said he clearly hit her.
Because I heard it and I saw her stumble backwards.
You heard something, right?
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? A punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that he hit her.
Okay. So you believe that he hit her to the point where there was a noise like this.
Yes, there was.
Do you know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so I won't.
Actually,
She stumbled.
well,
If I'm looking at you,
you have to be careful about that because he says he works at a bar. He does bareback. He's a bar back. He's probably bareback a lot too. But you have to be careful. You say, I work at a bar. I've seen a lot of bar fights. So you have to be careful about that one. That could actually burn you. So you wouldn't want to go down that road. But I get what you guys are getting at there. What? Oh my God. Sorry, chat. We backed that. I'll put it back up.
gone this way to that.
Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so I won't. So she stumbled. If I'm looking at you, she stumbled this way.
Yeah, like that way.
Okay. So would that make sense to you then? That if there actually was a punch,
So here we go,
would
chat.
have
Let me rewind.
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? A punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that he hit her.
So you believe that he hit her to the point where there was a noise like this?
Yes, there was.
Do you know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so I won't. So she stumbled. If I'm looking at you, she stumbled this way.
Yeah, like that way.
So would that make sense to you then? That if there actually was a punch, it would have come and gone this way to knock her. So it would have come and hit her left side to make her go to the right.
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it and saw it.
Okay. Does she fall down?
She stumbled. I wouldn't say like fully fell down though. She like caught herself a little bit.
And after you say that this happened,
Mhm.
you say everyone got on his ass and started punching it, right?
I said that. I mean, in the video it clearly shows not everyone got on his ass and started punching him. I must have just said that because I was just in shock still.
What I'm asking you, is that what you said?
I don't recall exactly saying that, but if it's on the paper, I'm sure I said it.
You see a person, you don't know the person, but you see the person punch him in the face and knock him in the water, right?
I didn't really see the punch, but I saw him fall into the water. Yeah.
Do you hear or see the person run around him and crack him across the side of the face?
I did not see that. No.
Okay. Did you see the guy in the yellow shorts come up behind him and shove him from behind while he's in the water?
No. At that point, like I was in complete shock already. I don't remember much from that exact moment.
What were you in shock about at that point?
The knife.
Seeing the knife.
Yeah, and then I kind of just went black for like a couple like minutes or so. That they're all really blurry. I just remember bits and pieces
So seeing the knife made you go black. Yes.
to an extent.
You'd agree if your memory, if you remember this.
Yeah, if I remembered anything,
Hold
I
on,
would agree.
There's a question. Mr. Miu doesn't hurt anyone with a knife until and after he gets punched in the face and knocked in the water, right?
Yeah, only because he punched a woman.
My question to you is, the only time anyone gets injured with a knife is after Mr. Miu is repeatedly punched, slapped, and pushed. Yes?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't see it all. I didn't see a punch, a push, and a slap. I did see him fall at the beginning into the water.
And then by your statement then, people got on his ass. What does that mean to you?
It means just like, I mean, after anyone punches a girl ever, there's obviously going to be a consequence. That's not okay.
That's not what I'm asking.
What are you
What I'm
asking?
asking you is, what does it mean to you when you say everyone got on his ass? What does that mean?
That means, I mean, people hit him, yeah, because he punched a woman.
People hit him, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, no, because I, once again, don't really remember. I know I didn't.
You didn't touch him, right?
Not once.
And he didn't touch you, right?
He did not. Thank the Lord.
And you don't see, well, what Isaac is doing.
No, I did not.
Now, I think you say to police, Isaac was not going toward him.
Yeah, of my memory, I didn't ever see him close to him at all. It was a shock to me.
Okay, so your memory doesn't include Isaac grabbing him by the throat.
I don't know. I don't think he ever grabbed him by the throat.
Just look to the- So I'm going to show you, if you watch the screen. This is still $29.99. Does that appear to you that Mr. Miu's, somebody's got their hand around Mr. Miu's throat?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell by the gold bracelet on the left wrist that that's Issac Schuman?
I don't really know whose bracelet that is.
You don't know that that doesn't refresh your memory or that you're not able to say who that is, right?
No, I can't.
But you are able to say that that person's got him around the throat. Yes?
Yeah, it does look that way.
Okay.
No, he hasn't been on cross for 30 minutes. He's been kicking ass probably for about 15.
The finisher. Thank you.
Mr. Smith,
Nothing further.
thank you, Mr. Pelican. You can step down.
That was really good.
You see the
Yeah.
witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
Yep. His voice got real quiet, chat. Got real quiet. So, yeah, that was not a good look there. So I hear it fit the description. Do you think Nicolae has a chance at a county less than 100K where it's the first murder in over 20 years? It's not the first murder. They actually had a police officer get murdered last year. Yeah, well, these people are seeing it wasn't exactly what they thought it was. It was a whole mob of people who, like fucking dickheads, scared everybody. And then I like the kid. He's like, as soon as I saw the knife, I just blacked out. Oh, bullshit, you did. I blacked out. Corey has been so annoying in this trial. He just goes on and he's scoring fucking points, homie. He's doing his job. He's doing a damn good job. So we can agree to disagree. Yeah, he lost his heart on for the kill. Yeah, it was man or mouse time, and they all thought they were men. It turns out they were all mouses. It turns out he was a mouse too. Yes, Jay-Z says, not guilty. Y'all got to feel me. So, here we go.
How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Good. All right, let's continue. Mr. Smith, who's next?
We're going to swap out your judge, Mr. Anderson.
Dr. Meyer.
Dr. Meyer, please come forward. That's good right there. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Brian Meyer, M-Y-E-R.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by Gruth Health Incorporated, which is the physician employment group for health partners.
And what's your position?
I am an acute care surgeon.
What kind of education and background do you have for your position as a surgeon?
Sure. So I went to medical school at Albany Medical College, completed my MD there, then went to Eastern Virginia Medical School for my surgical residency, which was 5 years. Then went to Shock Trauma, University of Maryland, for a surgical critical care fellowship. There was no actual fellowship for trauma per se. That's the training you get for trauma. And then stayed and did a second year for acute care surgery fellowship at University of Maryland Shock Trauma as well.
And so is your position specifically a trauma surgeon, or do you do scheduled surgeries too?
I don't really do much in the way of elective surgery. I do surgical critical care, emergency general surgery, and trauma surgery.
Okay. And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
I was
Where were you working?
at Regents Hospital.
And on that day, were you involved with the evaluation and or treatment of Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Alexander Martin?
Yes, sir.
Who was the first patient that was brought in?
That was Riley.
And what was Riley's condition when she got brought to the hospital?
Just to clarify, what do you condition?
What was her injury?
So she had a wound, open wound to her abdomen. We call it a thoracoabdominal wound. So it's right between, close enough you can't tell if it's in the chest or in the abdomen, or both. And in her case, there was clear evisceration of the omentum or fatty apron that we have in our belly.
And was that exposed?
Yes.
And what was your response after you noted the injury?
So when you have penetrating trauma like this, you don't know what all is involved. And so this patient needs an exploration. And so we immediately called the OR to bring her upstairs and go proceed with that exploration.
What was the result of the exploration? Did she have internal injuries?
She did. So just for clarification, I took her to the OR as we were about ready to start the case was when I got notification of a second more critical patient. And so my chief resident started the case. As a level 1 trauma center, we have a backup surgeon that is always available. And so I called my backup partner to come in to complete that surgery. And so I did not do the surgery itself, but she ended up having 2 injuries to her stomach as well as an injury to her diaphragm.
And when you say injuries, to the stomach and diaphragm, can you just explain what you mean?
Sure. So with a penetrating injury like this, there was a full thickness injury to the stomach in 2 areas. So the stomach had a full hole in it. And then also there was an injury up in the diaphragm as well.
And she required emergency surgery?
She did.
What's the danger of a cut through your stomach?
Sure. So if you, your GI tract is meant to keep everything inside where it's supposed to be. And if that leaks out into your belly, you can get sick from that. Untreated, that would lead to sepsis and progress likely onto something like septic shock, where your blood pressure would get low and that you could get an overwhelming infection. For the diaphragm injury, if you have an infection that then goes from your belly where it would otherwise be contained and moves up into the thoracic cavity, that can create its own extra issues. And long-term, if you don't fix a diaphragm injury, you can get a hernia through that where the bowel or the spleen or anything in your belly that lives in that left upper quadrant can move up into that area, lose its blood supply, and then lead to another emergency surgery.
And did the hospital do blood work on Riley?
Yes,
What was her BAC?
0.09.
And you said that once after you did the evaluation of Riley, you got word that another more critical patient was incoming.
Correct.
And who was that?
That was AJ.
And what was AJ's condition when he arrived?
So AJ was critically ill. We received word that as he was being flown to us that his heart had stopped. And so based on the records from, we didn't have all these details at the time, but based on the EMS records from LifeLink, he went into PEA or pulseless electrical activity cardiac arrest for 9 minutes. They were able to get return of spontaneous circulation as he rolled down to our ED. And we quickly assessed him there.
The cardiac arrest for 9 minutes, does that mean his heart stopped for 9 minutes?
Correct.
Did his heart stop at all at the hospital?
It did. So he was only in our trauma bay and up into the OR within 5 minutes. And as we rolled to the operating room with him, his heart again stopped on the monitor as we were rolling him into the OR.
And did AJ require emergency blood transfusion?
He did. He received transfusions prior to his arrival. So LifeLink transfuses blood in their helicopter. And then we had activated what we call a massive transfusion protocol, or NTP, to have lots of blood products available and continue to infuse those upon his arrival to us.
Was he in shock when he arrived at the hospital?
Yes.
And when you use as a physician, when you use shock, what do you mean?
So shock is a condition where you don't perfuse your organs appropriately. So there's several causes of it. The most common cause of it in trauma and what AJ had was hemorrhagic shock, which is a subset of hypovolemic shock.
So when you use the word shock in medicine, it's a physical condition?
It is. It's a pathophysiologic condition.
And what can you describe what you had to do as far as surgery and what damage you found?
Sure. So when AJ arrived, he had a very large incision, essentially almost from his sternum down to the middle of his pelvis or his pubis. I had to extend this a centimeter or two just to make sure that we could get full exposure and see everything appropriately. And he had multiple injuries. The most important one, and the one that why his heart stopped and why he was so sick, was because he had injuries to his right common iliac artery and then also his left common iliac vein. So I repaired the artery.
Nicolae got deep
When I knew that
here.
there was a vascular injury, I called in Dr. Rosenthal, who was one of our vascular surgeons, and he ended up putting some stitches to repair the vein. We additionally found 3 injuries to his small intestine and an injury to his colon as well, the transverse colon.
And I think you said the iliac artery,
Yes.
where's that located?
So the iliac artery is what supplies blood to your pelvis and your each leg. So as you come down from the heart, your aorta splits down low in your belly, or as you go into the pelvis, into the common iliac artery. So there's a right and there's a left, and so it then continues on, provides blood, as I said, to the pelvis and the leg.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So each leg has a vein that comes up and meets somewhere?
So this would be up in the torso itself, not into the leg. So as it goes on, it then branches into an external and internal iliac artery. The external is what would continue on to go down into your femoral artery and then be the blood vessels that go down into your leg.
And where does that vein run through the torso or the stomach area?
I'd say it's about 2/3 of the way down in the abdominal cavity, where the aorta bifurcates or splits into 2.
Are there other major arteries and veins in the human torso?
Yes.
And can you just describe where those are?
So as I mentioned, the aorta would be the biggest one. It gives off branches to your mesenteric vessels as you come down through the abdomen. And then the big branches are the iliac arteries, and then into the external and internal. So this is a sizable artery, I'd say second only to really your, in the belly at least, second only to your aorta.
Was AJ conscious for the surgery?
He was not. He had been intubated prior to his arrival.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Anyway, it's been marked as exhibit 29. What does that photo show?
So that is AJ. You can see he has a nasogastric tube in his nose, and below his gown, you can see his abdomen exposed, and there's what we call an abthera. So when someone is ill enough or has a reason why we would leave their belly open and not complete the surgery all in one setting, and in his case, he was sick enough that was the reason we did it, we put this special dressing on, which has a vacuum in it and an area to protect the internal contents of the abdomen, and then leads to a nice closed system so that any fluid that is in the belly can drain out. And then in a delayed fashion, we take the patients back and re-explore them in the next day or 2.
And did AJ require follow-up surgeries?
He did. He had multiple.
So the wound that's visible in that photo, I think you said you opened it up maybe another centimeter or 2.
Oh, AJ survived.
Correct.
He's
Both
the guy who got
at the
put
top
up
and the
there.
bottom, it would have been a centimeter or 2.
So other than that, that's the centimeter or 2 on the bottom, centimeter. 2 on
AJ
the
lived,
top.
Isaac died.
That's the wound, the size of the wound he came in with.
Correct.
Judge, I move to publish 29, and I'm just going to hand it to the jury and put it on the screen.
Any objection to 29? You may publish.
And was there a BAC taken of AJ?
There was not.
Would AJ have survived without medical intervention?
No.
You're a trauma surgeon, you deal with a lot of traumatic injuries. Does this case stand out to you?
It does.
You specifically remember the,
I do. I've not had a patient with that large of a penetrating wound previously.
and then Dante Carlson, how was he transported to the hospital?
He came via helicopter.
Was he given any medications on the helicopter?
He was.
Do you recall offhand what those were?
Fentanyl, and if I can look at the record here, I think it was ondansetron or Zofran.
What's fentanyl used for?
It is both used for pain as well as for sedation, depending on the clinical scenario.
Is it a narcotic?
Yes.
What was Dante's injury?
So he had actually ended up having nothing internal, but as I had said earlier, one of the issues with penetrating trauma is you don't know how deep anything goes and what is injured until you actually look at it. So in his case, it was early the next morning, we took him to the operating room, did a diagnostic laparoscopy, confirmed that there were no injuries beyond his abdominal wall. So his injury was a traumatic hernia that we repaired.
And why, if there's a penetrating injury in the torso or stomach, you said you got to, so did you use a camera or how did you?
Yes, so we used a camera, put air into the belly so that we have space to do it through little incisions, and then evaluated the intraperitoneal space to make sure there was nothing injured.
And you said you have to do that to make sure there's none of those vital organs or arteries or anything else damaged inside?
Correct. You need to make sure there's not something injured to your gastrointestinal tract that is leaking contents, or even if a blood vessel or your spleen is injured, it may not bleed significantly, but you may end up with injuries to it called pseudoaneurysms that can bleed in a delayed fashion.
And what was the Dante's blood drawn and tested for BAC?
It was
What was his BAC?
0.09.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shrofsky?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with Riley, if I could.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to start.
What did he say the BAC was?
I don't have anything else.
Hold on here. I need to hear.
BAC.
0.0.
Was the Dante's blood drawn and tested for BAC?
It was
What was his BAC?
0.09.
Oh, wow. That's it? They're doing Goldschlager or whatever the fuck it was they were drinking.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shrofsky?
Yeah.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with Riley, if I could.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to start with this. You had mentioned that her blood was drawn and her alcohol concentration level was 0.09. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember what time that was?
That would be obtained. I can look and find the minutes if you need that. That would be when she first arrives to the ED. We take blood from most patients and send it off as part of a rainbow draw that every lab that we get available, and then we send to the lab and select what we're going to choose from there.
If you're free to look, I'm not here to trick you. If I told you that it was drawn at about 4:55, that makes sense?
That would sound about right.
And I don't want to interrupt you while you're looking. What did you recall on the records that you have what she weighed about?
I do not.
Okay. I think there's been testimony. I think 115 is what she had said. Is that
That sounds ballpark about correct.
So you would agree that if the draw is at 4:55, she's an 09 at 4:55, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that's what her alcohol concentration was when this incident happened. True?
I'm not a toxicologist, so I'm not gonna. I don't know that I have the expertise to get into specifics on that, but common sense would say yes.
Okay, so, and again, I'm not going to ask for your expert opinion on anything. What I'm going to ask you is, do you, whether it's personal experience, training and experience as a medical professional, you understand that alcohol absorbs and eliminates at different rates, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if this is alcohol, this water bottle, and I drink it, it's not fully absorbed into my body immediately, right?
Correct.
It would take some period of time to do that. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm assuming, well, tell me if you can answer this. Do you have any information that after she was injured, she was consuming any alcohol?
I do not.
Okay, so the blood draw is about an hour and change before the incident. Her alcohol concentration, based on what you know, based on your training and experience, is not an 09 at the time, likely, correct?
Most likely.
And I want to just make sure I have this right. You had said that if Riley's injuries were left untreated, sepsis, other types of infections. I don't want to discount what you're saying. I just try to write as fast as I could. Other infections and a hernia. Is that right?
Correct.
And can I approach? Yes. So I'm going to talk to you about AJ for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. And you said that his injuries were kind of, is the belt line or a little bit lower than the belt line kind of?
No, higher than that.
Okay. So the belly button?
Below that.
Okay.
Right between those
Belly
two.
button and the belt. All right. Can I ask you this? All of us here have seen the video of kind of what the injury to AJ Martin looked like. Okay. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying we all have.
Mhm.
Okay. Can the trajectory of the injury, meaning what it ends up looking like, change based upon what the person who's being injured does? Do you understand my question?
Well, sure. I mean, penetrating trauma is all about what the trajectory of of the object doing the injuring does, and our job is to figure out what that trajectory is. So if someone moves as the penetrating object is going through them, that would change the trajectory and what the injuries would be.
Right, fair enough. So if, for example, I stabbed you, and when I stabbed you, you were shoving me and actually knocking me backwards off my feet, okay? That could change like my arm angle and what ends up happening to you as a result of that. Is that fair?
It's a dynamic process, so the two would be affecting each other for sure.
Sure. So something that looks like a stab wound that's going straight, right, that's kind of going in, that might not certainly have the same impact of taking an injury from your navel area up to your chest area as it would be if that same penetrating wound happened and the person got shoved and the knife got moved. Is that fair?
It would, although I would worry at AJ, he would have had a worse injury if it went deeper and it didn't go up.
Okay. Can you say that again for me?
So you're saying if the force is that someone gets pushed and instead of the knife going straight, it comes up. In his case, that would have actually been a better thing because his deepest injury was that lowest part. And if that knife went deeper, it would have had a bigger injury and he probably would have never made it to the hospital.
Okay. But in terms of what, the jury has seen this photo of his abdomen area. I guess I just want to make sure that I understand. For example, Riley suffered a puncture, if that's fair, a puncture wound. Her abdomen or her side here didn't open up like that, right?
It was wide open. It just wasn't as large.
Right, understood. And that could be, meaning that what it looks like, I think you said this could be based upon what the person's body is doing when the injury is occurring. Is that fair?
Generally, yes.
And does it also change in terms of the possible penetration of the wound? If I'm standing still and you stab me, okay, versus if I'm running at you and then you stab me, could that have an impact on the force used in the depth of the wound?
It could.
And it seems logical to me, but you tell me if this is right. If I'm running at you and I'm a grown person and I'm running at you with some force, it certainly is possible that the wound could go deeper because of the force that I'm providing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. It's not a criticism, it's a question. AJ Martin's, because of the transfusions, his blood couldn't be tested for alcohol. Is that fair?
No, the reason we did not hang around long enough to get blood specimens in the trauma bay. We moved so quickly to the OR that he did not get the normal labs drawn in the ED. And our anesthesia team who takes over the resuscitation in the operating room, that wouldn't be part of the order set that they would send off because it wouldn't have affected his care.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And Dante Carlson, just the same, he has a test result of an 09, but that's also at a later time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it certainly may not be what his test result was at the time. Yes, true.
It may not be what his level was at the time of the instance, yes.
And I think this is fair, and you tell me, what you ended up doing for Dante Carlson was repairing a hernia. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
As far as what people's movements contributed, you don't know, you can speculate or say it could affect it, but is that the extent of what you're able to say?
Correct. I mean, physics is physics and it's a very dynamic thing, and movement of two objects that are interacting is going to lead to different outcomes.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Prophecy? All right. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. You may step down.
He was hoping that was going to be helpful. He was hoping that was going to be helpful, but it didn't work out. The doctor's like, I don't know.
This might be a good place for a short recess. Let's come back at 9:35. Please take the jury out.
All right, Shadow, we're going to skip ahead here. All right, here we go. Oh, come on. God damn.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith.
How we say your name for the record, please?
Sally Standard,
How do you spell your last name?
Standaendert.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office as an investigator,
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
What are your general duties as an investigator with the Sheriff's Department?
I investigate sensitive crimes, drug crimes, crimes against children, burglaries, homicides.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the Apple River stabbings back in July of 2022?
I was.
Were you given specific duties or assignments?
Yes.
Specifically, were you asked to collect some DNA samples?
Yes.
Do you recall whose DNA you collected?
I collected Alexander Martin's, Riley Madison's, and Dante Carlson.
What kind of collection method did you use?
We use a buccal swab, which looks similar to a one-sided Q-tip. We use that Q-tip on the inside of the cheek to collect a sample from there.
Are the swabs sterilized or come in sterile packaging when you're using them for this collection?
They do.
Do you recall when you took the buccal swab from A.J. Martin, was that here or at his home or somewhere else?
At his home,
What day was that? Do you remember what date?
September 1st, 2022.
Did you drive over to his house?
I did.
Collected the swab?
I did.
What did you do with the swab after you collected it from him?
I packaged it, logged it in our computer system, and then placed it into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Did you collect the same type of buccal swab from Riley Madison, Tony Carlson, and Dante Carlson?
From Riley and Dante, I did, and then Investigator Schultz collected it from Anthony
Where was that done?
here at the government center.
And did you use the same process with Riley and Dante?
I did.
What did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them, logged them into evidence, and placed them in the evidence room at the sheriff's office.
Were you present when Investigator Schultz took Anthony Carlson's buccal swab?
I was.
What happened to that swab? Do
I also packaged that one and logged it
you remember the day that happened?
September 2nd, 2022.
When you say you placed them in evidence, is that a secure facility at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And were they kept in that secure facility until transported?
To my knowledge, yes.
Where were they transported to?
The state crime lab?
Were you involved in that?
No, not that I recall that I was there.
Is it possible you were involved in that?
I could have been.
Because that was quite a while ago.
Yes.
Is there another Sally Standard who works for the sheriff's office?
No.
If the crime lab paperwork says that samples were dropped off by a Sally Standard, would that have been you?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 64. Can you identify that?
It appears to be the property and evidence summary from the case number 2022-6400.
Is that this case that we're here for?
Yes.
Did you, as you log in evidence, and specifically these buccal swabs, is there a number assigned for that evidence?
There is.
An item number, I guess it's called?
There is an item number, yes.
I'm referring to the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Do you see the entries for the buccal swabs that you collected on September 1st and 2nd?
Yes.
Can you just tell us the numbers for the swabs that you entered into evidence?
257, 258, 259, and 260.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Sharafi?
Just very few. So investigator, when you get the buckles, and I think you said you got them on September 1st and September 2nd.
Correct.
You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
At the date that they were transported, I don't know.
Do you do anything with, I understand you package the evidence, right?
Correct.
Do you do anything with the DNA evidence, meaning do you refrigerate it? What do you do with it?
Once the buccal swab is collected, it's placed in an evidence box and then also a bag. The label is placed on that and it's placed in evidence. There's no refrigeration that happened with that when I placed it into evidence.
I'm sorry, you said there was no refrigeration? Is that what you said?
When I place it into evidence, it's in a locker.
And in this particular case, I've been critical. You don't know how long it's there before it's transferred.
Correct. I'm not the evidence technician.
Do you transfer it? Do you drive the evidence to the crime lab?
We can at times. We may go with the evidence technician.
Okay, you don't have a recollection of that in this case?
I don't.
Do you have that exhibit in front of you? Can I just take a peek at it? And to be fair, the information on here doesn't say who transferred it or when, right?
Not on that form, no.
So I thank you, man.
Mr. Smestad, anything else? All right, thank you, investigator. You can step down. Who is the next witness?
Guys, that was a chain of custody witness that had to be done. Nothing was important to be gained from her.
She may appear on the witness list as Ashley Price, Your Honor. Name change.
Okay. Ms. Hoffman, please come forward. Keep coming. Right down the middle. That's good. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Hoffman.
Were you formerly known with a different last name?
Yes, Ashley Price is my maiden name.
What's your occupation?
I'm a nurse,
What kind of nurse are you?
forensic nurse examiner for SART, and then my full-time job is I'm an OB nurse manager.
What is SART?
SART Sexual Assault Response Team.
Is that something affiliated with St. Croix County?
Yes, we cover St. Croix County, Polk County, Barron County, Rusk County.
See, I would immediately make her prevent her from talking about that. There's no sexual assault related in this case. That's an unworthy credential. Just don't even bring it up. Don't even bring it up.
It's a community resource.
All right. Can you briefly describe your education that led you to your job as a nurse?
Yes. Specifically for forensic nurse examiner, I take a 40-hour didactic training, which is where they kind of teach you how to perform medical forensic examinations. And then I also did a 2-day hands-on skills education with Hennepin County for their HART, which is Hennepin Assault Response Team.
Do you have a bachelor's degree in nursing?
Yes.
From where?
University of North Carolina at Wilmington.
Verify your approach to witness.
Yes, you may.
I'm showing what's been marked as Exhibit 57, and I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
It is my CV for nursing with my experience.
And what's a CV?
CV is just a document that lays out different experiences for how long I was with different organizations.
All right, move for the admission of Exhibits 57.
Any objection? 57 is received.
Now, you've testified that you are involved in a number of different roles in your job.
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about your position as what you call a SART nurse. What do you ask to do as a SART nurse?
Yes. So typically we do forensic examinations on sexual assault victims. It also spans across to suspects of assault cases, including sexual assault, homicides, anything where evidence collection would need to be done.
Does part of your duties include responding to the St. Croix County Jail when requested to examine folks in the jail?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Is a SART nurse on call, or do you have specific hours, or how does that work?
We do on-call hours.
Did you get called to the St. Croix County Jail that day?
Yes, I did.
Remember what time?
It was around dinner time. I was sitting down to eat dinner.
Did you go to the jail?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect evidence on a homicide suspect.
As part of your duties you perform, do you typically get asked to perform an examination of someone who may have been involved in a homicide case?
It can happen. Certainly, we typically do sexual assault cases, but yes, it can happen.
And on this day, were you specifically asked to do an examination of a homicide suspect?
Yes, and I should change my verbiage a little bit. I was asked to do an examination on a suspect that had stabbed 5 people.
You had that information when you went to
Yes,
jail.
correct.
One of the things that you do as part of your
Drumming it up.
examination is
She
you
was told to
prepare
punch it
a
up.
Written report. Do
Yes.
you prepare a report?
Yes.
Approach.
Yes, you may.
The funny,
I'm showing it's been marked as exhibit 55. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
This is our suspect evidence collection examination form.
Is that the report you filled out on your examination with Nicolae Miu?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe what type of examination you do in this context?
Yes. So generally, whenever I first arrive, I speak with law enforcement and kind of get a brief description of why I'm there, why I've been asked to be called and collect evidence. They briefly tell me a little bit about what happened. I meet with the suspects, and then it's kind of a templated form where I go through a bunch of questions, just asking general medical history, if they have a twin, just different questions that might point me into what type of evidence there might be, how I would collect it, if there's any scars, if there's any injuries. I do a full head to toe assessment of the suspect and document any findings. I do take photographs. Typically, I get consent at the beginning of these examinations. If I do not get consent, generally we'll go with a warrant if there is one that is issued that lays out exactly what I would be looking for.
Do you remember if Mr. Miu consented to the examination?
Yes, there is a signed consent form in here on, I believe.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is to inquire as to whether the suspect has specific injuries to direct you to?
Yes. Yep. So I go through and I ask different questions. I take what law enforcement has given me, and then I take what the suspect tells me a little bit about. If I notice anything that I have not been told about, I will ask a question. Oh, how did you get this injury? Just to kind of point me to what I'm seeing and where that might have come from.
All right. And with regard to medical history, did Mr. Miu tell you anything that you noted as significant in his medical or surgical history?
Yes, he had a coronary artery bypass graft in 2021.
He told you it was in 2021?
Yes.
Did you have any medical data to support that date?
No.
You took his height and weight.
Correct.
How tall was he when you examined him?
69 inches tall,
What did he weigh?
248 pounds.
Mr. Miu reported some injuries to you that he took. You made note of on page 4. Pardon me, page 5. Here at the top.
Yes.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like
Did you
that.
see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Miu make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me. They called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me. I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any?
ooh, that last one's not good. You know, it's looking good till you get to that third one, chat.
Mention of being struck in the face, if you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
And if you had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine?
Well, see, that one, it doesn't matter. He didn't say he was strangled. That happened, and we have it verified on tape. So it doesn't matter that he didn't say it didn't happen there. Just saying.
His neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he'd been strangled?
He doesn't need to be
No, not that I have.
being Mirandized because these were taken for the purpose of medical treatment. And he was already Mirandized anyway. But this was all done for the purpose of taking medical treatment. So that's a problem, chat. You have to be careful. Even in a medical setting, you should have your attorney with you to make sure you don't say anything stupid. But yep. Oh.
Noted.
You examined his face.
Yes.
Did you see any bruising or cuts? Did you,
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
how about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did he
Said,
tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
With regard to the abrasion on the back of his head, is that at the top of his head or at the lower part of his head?
It's at the base
All right.
of his skull.
Was his hair covering it? Did you know?
I do not recall. Where I have it drawn is kind of right where that hairline would be.
All right. And did he tell you how he received the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he said I was hit back there.
All right. Did you note any swellings or bleeding on the back of his head?
No.
At some point, did you examine the side of his head?
Yes, I did examine the right side of his head.
Did you note any injuries?
No.
Did he make a statement with regard to what injury he thought he had to the side of his head?
Yes. To the right side, he stated I was hit on the side of the head.
Did you make or examine his hands?
Yes.
Did you note anything of concern with his hands?
There were scattered abrasions on his knuckles of his right hand.
Was there anything on his left hand?
Not that I have noted.
Did you also examine his back?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined his back?
He had about 6 different injuries that I noted. Starting from the upper back, he had a couple of linear abrasions that were red in color, as well as a 7 centimeter by 8 centimeter abrasion on his lower back on the right side.
Did you notice any bruising on his back?
No, not that I have noted.
And just to make sure, what time of day did you complete your exam? Is it included on your report?
Yes, it is included on page 3. Time was 21:03, so 9:03 p.m.
Understood. Did you take some photos during your examination of the injuries that you just noted?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I can approach.
Yes.
First off, I'm going to show you what's in marked exhibit 56. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
Yes, this first image is a photo identification card stating my name is the photographer, who the law enforcement was involved, date of the photos, and patient name and patient birth date.
And is the rest of the exhibit the photos that you took?
Yes.
And then the last page, what is that? Or is that just a duplicate? On the first page.
The last page, I take a picture of the photo identification card at the beginning as well as at the end.
On your photo identification card, are you using your former maiden name?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm asking for admission for exhibit 56 and ask permission to publish the jury.
Any objection to 56, the photos?
No, did we publish 55 as well yet, or?
55 has not been offered. So 56 is received. Go ahead and publish.
Well, Your Honor, I will offer 55, which is a report, but I wasn't intending to publish it.
The objection to it being received as evidence? All right, 55 is received.
We're going to publish digitally here, so you give us a second. We're ready. All right, Nurse Hoffman, is this the photo identification card you referred to?
Yes.
Page 2, can you show us what that is? Tell us what that is.
Yes, I do a profile image of the suspect so that we know whose photos these belong to.
All right, and this is a photo of his face and upper torso.
Correct.
And as you noted earlier, does the photo show any injuries to his face?
Objection. I think that's what the jury decided.
Agreed. Sustained.
Moving on to page 3, what's that a photo of?
That is a distant photo of the back.
All right. Did Mr. Miu make any comments as to how he got the abrasions on his back, if you remember?
No, none that I have noted.
All right, all right, we'll move on. Page 4. Tell us what that is.
That is an up close abrasion injury to the upper back on the right side.
All right. Photo 5, page 5. What's that?
That is a measurement of that abrasion that I've noted on the upper right back.
And what was the, go back, what was the,
2 centimeter linear abrasion.
all right, next page. What's that?
That is a photo of more abrasions to the left side or to the right side of the first noted abrasion with measurements as well. So that was a 1 centimeter linear abrasion.
And that's what the next photo shows? This photo
Yes,
here?
correct.
All right, move on, one more. What is this? I guess it's listed as image 251.
That is an up close photo of an injury further to the right side.
All right, what type of injury is that?
It is an abrasion.
And then next slide, is this you again measuring it?
Correct.
And how big
One.
was
1 centimeter.
the next photo? Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is an abrasion further down on the upper right side of the back.
Next photo. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a more up close photo of the same injury.
Is that one also measured?
Correct. That is a measurement 3.5 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, and the next photo. What does this show?
So that would be a picture, a distant picture of the abrasions a little bit further, kind of mid back on the right side.
All right, next photo.
It's a more up close image of the same injury.
Understood? You measured that as well?
Correct.
And this photo you're looking at now, does that show the measurements?
Yes, they were 2.5 centimeter abrasions.
This next photo, is that a, tell us what that is?
That is a red and linear abrasion on the lower right part of the hip.
And then this next photo, is that a close-up of that same abrasion?
Correct.
You measured that as well?
Yes,
That's
measured
shown-
that as well.
That's shown in the following photo.
Correct.
What were the measurements for that abrasion?
7 centimeter by 8 centimeter.
Did you take a couple measurements of that particular abrasion?
Correct.
That's what this, does this photo show the second measurement of that abrasion?
Yes.
And then last page, that's what you had described earlier as being the after photo of the identification card.
Correct.
Is that all of the photos that you took?
Yes.
As you're examining Mr. Miu, was he interacting with you, talking with you?
Yes, he was answering any questions that I had.
Do you remember what his demeanor was?
He was very cooperative.
All right. Did he show any signs of being under distress?
Not at that time that I can remember.
Did you take his pulse?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was?
Pulse was 91.
As you were interacting with him, did you observe any indications that he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
Did you draw any blood?
I did not.
While you were doing your examination, did Mr. Miu complain of any pain in his ear?
Not that I can recall.
Did you take any samples from Mr. Miu? Did you take samples from Mr. Miu during your examination?
Yes.
What kind of samples did you take?
I took a couple of different collection swabs on fingernails. We do a buccal swab, so that is in the inside of the cheek, and that collects suspect DNA. So we have something to reference,
Hands for a buck.
as well as skin-to-skin contact swab. So that would be on the hands. That is all the swabs that I collected on him.
Did you do any swabs of his back at all? Do you remember?
Not that I can remember.
What did you do with all this material that you gathered? I mean, your report, the photos, the swabs, the samples.
Yep, the evidence samples we package up, we seal them in an evidence box, and then that gets handed over to law enforcement as part of chain of custody.
Did you do that?
Yes,
You remember which officer you gave the materials to?
Brandy Hart.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of 56 if it hasn't already been admitted, and I don't have any other questions for it.
I believe 56 was received as well as 55. Mr. Nelson.
You're a nurse examiner.
Yes,
And you come and examine people when you're asked, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes those people are alleged victims, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those people are alleged suspects, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those people might be both, correct?
Yes.
When you examine, you do that by asking questions, correct?
Yes.
And then you gather information by listening to the answers, correct?
Yes.
And then you do an examination with your eyes as well, correct?
Yes.
And then you note what you observe, correct?
Yes.
So essentially exhibit number 55 notes what you heard, correct?
Yes.
And what you saw, correct?
Yes.
When you, oftentimes, most of the time, I'm guessing you're dealing with people who, as it says on here, are sexual assault victims, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine that you've dealt with, you consider that to be a person who's a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine there's times when you've dealt with people who are victims of an attempted assault, correct?
Yes.
There's certainly times when somebody comes in and they said, somebody was trying to assault me and attack me and I fended them off, correct?
Yes.
I defended myself in some way, correct?
Yes.
You would still do an examination, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that person's still a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
Whether that assault is completed or not completed, they're still a victim, correct?
Yes.
And in that sense, you deal with these victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that victims of violence often suffer physical injury, correct?
Yes.
But also psychological trauma.
Yes.
They're victims of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you have a lot of training and experience in dealing with people who are in the acute phase of dealing with some trauma that they've suffered, correct?
Yes.
And it maybe changes over time how that shows, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine you've seen some people within minutes, if not within an hour, of the trauma that they've suffered, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen some people maybe 24 hours or later, correct?
Yes.
And how people, the signs that they might show of that trauma might depend upon when you see them on that time continuum, correct?
Yes.
As somebody is closer in time to the event, their trauma might be more acute, correct?
Yes.
And as somebody, time goes on, that might be harder for you to observe, correct?
Yes.
Because obviously a lot of the psychological trauma is internal, correct?
Yes.
You're noting physical injuries, right?
Correct.
But it's hard for you to know what's going on inside that person's brain or body, right?
Yes. Unless they tell me.
Unless they tell me, correct? And I would imagine sometimes in those positions, people who are victims of violence, victims suffering from trauma, they may not be in the best time to fully disclose the trauma that they've just suffered, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that I'm sure you're trained on is how to get that information from somebody, correct?
Correct.
Because sometimes that's difficult to do when the person has just suffered some life-altering trauma, correct?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for you, in your experience, to know that these victims of violence may not be in the best
Very
position
good
to
question.
tell you things right away, right?
Correct.
Because the trauma, it impacts that person, correct?
Yes.
It impacts how their body functions, right?
Correct.
In fact, in here, you took a pulse of Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And his resting heart rate was 91, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's elevated, correct?
It depends on the person. Some people do have more elevated resting heart rates. So I would not, at this first meeting, be able to determine if that was elevated or not, as I had not received any other medical history about Mr. Miu.
Sure. You're a
Oh,
nurse, though,
bullshit,
right?
it's fucking
Yep.
high.
You've taken people's heart rates quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that a resting heart rate of 91 for a 52-year-old male is outside the normal range of what you would expect for a resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's elevated, correct?
Yes, slightly.
Look at that. Look at that. Look how much of a lying asshole she is. She didn't want to fucking say it, but then she got cornered with the medical experience that she's like, well, I have to say that or I'll look like a fucking idiot when I'm used in rape cases. Look how evasive that bitch is.
So there's other things that might happen to a victim of trauma to their body, correct?
Yes.
The one thing, again, that you were able to measure is heart rate. That's all, correct?
Correct.
You could, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what you did. You could take blood pressure, correct?
Yes.
Is that something you did?
Yes.
Was that elevated as well?
Blood pressure was 144/97,
Okay.
which, yes, is elevated. Then again, some people can have more elevated blood pressures normally, but yes, that would be more elevated than I would normally see.
Other than those two measurements, did you do any other measurements of his body? Not height and weight, but just like internal measurements, so to speak.
Yes. So I collected a full set of vital signs. So that includes that pulse, that blood pressure, respiratory rate, which was 18 at that time, and temperature 98.2 Fahrenheit.
And you would agree that respiratory rate is, again, same thing, a bit elevated. Agreed?
18 is within normal limits for an adult.
So other things that might be happening inside a person's body that they're a victim of trauma, you can't always measure, correct?
Correct.
You know through your training and experience that sometimes somebody who suffers violence upon them, they might have an adrenaline rush, correct?
Correct.
And after that adrenaline rush, their body might dump all kinds of chemicals into them, correct?
Correct.
And that might have an impact on them, correct?
Yes.
What you see sometimes for victims of trauma is sometimes that those victims may have foggy mind, correct?
Yes.
May not have the best memory, correct?
Correct.
Or even if they have the memory, they may not be in the best position to retrieve that memory.
Correct.
Or even if they can retrieve the memory, they may not be in the best position to disclose that memory, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the violence done upon somebody might be so impactful that they're just not in a position to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know sometimes that people who are victims of violence, they also might just get inaccurately report the violence that was done to them, correct?
Sometimes, yes, correct.
Yep, because if violence is being done to a person, that's obviously a high stress situation, correct?
Yes.
And that might impact their memory of the event, correct?
Yes.
And this is all things that you've dealt with when you've dealt with people who are victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And the same holds true, even if that person thankfully was able to fight off the assault being done to them, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, is to the speculation foundation, stating facts not evidence.
I'm asking her in general.
Overruled.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And what you're doing in your examining is you're, again, trying to gather facts, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes those facts might tell a story, correct?
Correct.
Because ultimately, part of what you're here to do is to say, figure out what happened, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine it's unusual in your world for you to be able to have a video of actually what happened, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know when you're doing these examinations whether there's going to be some other evidence that might tell the story, correct?
Correct.
And so you're, again, just collecting the facts because we might not have that video, right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of the things that you did in this case. Just going to jump ahead for a second before we get into this. One of the things you said is you take medical history, right?
Yes.
And the medical history that you received is that Mr. Miu had I think of it as quadruple bypass. Is there another term that you used?
Yes. Coronary artery bypass graft.
And you made observations of Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
You saw his chest, correct?
Yes.
He certainly had a scar consistent with the surgery that he said to you that he had done to him, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said you ask about is whether somebody not has a twin brother, correct?
Correct.
Because that's important for some of the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Miu, in fact, has a twin brother, correct?
Yes. A fraternal twin.
Correct. Okay. I want to go through a little bit then Exhibit 55, and I'm just going to go through some different pages here, okay?
Okay.
And on page 4, I want to go through, start there. That make sense?
Yes.
The handwriting there, that's your handwriting, agreed?
Yes.
And you wrote those things down because that's what somebody told you, correct?
Correct.
So like when you report here, suspect, you're talking about Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
Depending upon the view, it could be an alleged victim too, agreed?
Agreed.
So can we just replace that with his actual name? That makes sense?
Yes.
Mr. Miu reports he was being attacked. Bystander noted blood coming out of suspect's left ear. You agree?
Yes.
Are you aware of the video evidence showing him getting hit upon his left ear?
No, not at that time.
And then it notes, Mr. Miu notes he washed the ear off in the river, correct?
Correct.
And of course, on your form, there's a note that says post-incident actions, did somebody take a bath or a shower, correct?
Correct.
And here you put no, but you noted incident happened in the river, correct?
Yes.
It's noteworthy to know that water was a part of this, correct?
Correct.
Says water could impact the ability for the evidence to stick around for your collection. Lack of a better phrase? You agree?
Correct.
Including blood, correct?
Yes.
On page 5, you note, again, replacing with his name, Mr. Miu reports getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. You agree with that?
Yes.
He said at that point there was no pain, only pain on his butt from hitting the stones on the river, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions about how it is that he came to be falling into the river?
I did not.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions to see the amount of force that was used against him to fall into the river?
No, I did not.
And then on the bottom of page 5, you note some other statements by Mr. Miu, is that right?
Yes.
And he said there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. He said that, correct?
Correct.
He said that he did not know with what they were hitting him, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's not unusual in your experience for a victim of violence to not know what it is that they're getting hit with, correct?
Correct.
Certainly if they're getting hit from the backside, they would just feel the impact, correct?
Correct.
Whether the impact is with open hand or a closed hand, it's just an amount of force that comes there, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, an open hand can cause force just like a closed hand can cause force, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Miu also stated they attacked me and called me a child rapist, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, you noted, just so we're inclusive here, he also said a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly, correct?
Correct.
He was, in those statements, fair to say in summary, he said he was attacked, right?
Yes.
And then on page 6, you have there's pictures of heads, correct?
Yes.
And that's again looking at the front, the back, the left, and the right side of a person's head, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just note, we're just going to go through that if I could.
Yes.
And actually publish that. Do you have that page there in front of you?
Yes.
Can I trade with you so I can use the actual exhibit? Permission to publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes.
We're on page 6.
Okay.
Looks like it's on. So on the top there, on the upper left-hand corner, it asks the questions, injury noted, and you say yes.
Correct.
And then it asks to give a description, and you say an abrasion to the inside of the left cheek, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, you don't know how that happened, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual in your world for victims of violence to note that they have an injury, correct?
Correct.
And then they might give they might have a specific memory, and sometimes they might just use deduction to try to determine how it is that they got that injury, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes they're accurate, agreed?
Yes.
Sometimes they're inaccurate, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And what he noted is I bit it when I was attacked, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ask follow-up questions to say, did you bite it when someone was punching you in the left side of your face?
No.
You didn't ask that follow-up question.
No, I did not.
And it sounds critical. I didn't mean it to be that way. It's just you're asking a question, you get an answer, and then you kind of move on, correct?
Correct.
At that point, I would imagine there's a fine line between being too invasive. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You want to be respectful of somebody who may be a victim of assault, correct?
Correct.
Not going to cross-examine them in that setting, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to follow up with multiple questions to make them relive the trauma, correct?
Correct.
You're going to ask one simple question, correct?
Correct.
And you're going to note whatever they say.
Yes.
And then moving to the right as we go along, we're looking at the back of the head, and you noted injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that was an abrasion to the posterior head, and you had a measurement of 2 centimeters plus 1 centimeter, agreed?
Correct.
You noted that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked the one simple question, and Mr. Miu said, I was hit back there, agreed?
Yes.
Maybe that he was hit by a person, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that he actually hit his head on the ground or something else, some other object that could have caused that injury, agreed?
Yes.
Moving to the bottom of the page. Can I hold this?
Yes, I thought there was
How about I just leave it?
enough room. Yeah, that'll work.
The bottom of the page, we're looking at the left side of Mr. Miu's face. Is that right?
Correct.
And what he told you is that a witness, somebody else, had observed blood in his ear, correct?
Yes.
And this is, again, I think you said before, he had said he heard that and he washed it off in the river and looked and he didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you note essentially there, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next one to the right, you ask if you observed any injuries and you didn't, correct?
Correct.
You note that he says, I was hit on the side of the head, correct?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's hit to the head multiple times, fair to say? Both to the back of the head, to the right of the head,
Correct.
and maybe on something causing him to bite his cheek on the left side of his head.
Correct.
And then as we move on to page number 7, you do a kind of a full body scan to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And on the back of the body, you made some observations, is that right?
Correct.
You note those observations then by making a mark on the back where you saw that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you went through and took photographs of those areas, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photos that we saw here, correct?
Yes.
The photos that you took of Mr. Miu were photos of where you made observations of injuries, correct?
Correct.
Also, if a person in that situation told you, I have an injury in a particular place and you didn't observe it with your eyes, you'd still take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what you observe. It's like maybe somebody else sees it and I don't, correct?
Yes, typically I only take photos of things that I'm measuring, seeing, so I can describe them appropriately.
Sure. But if somebody told you, I got hit in a particular place and I feel pain in a particular place, you might try to document that one way or the other, correct?
Yes,
Even if you don't see it, you'd want to document it, what you see on that day, correct?
correct.
And what the
Yes.
best way to document that is to take a photograph, correct?
Yes, typically if I do not see it, I will document it on the form. I will not necessarily take a photo of it.
Sure. In this case, you took a photo of Mr. Miu's face, correct?
Correct.
And again, that photo in the background, we see the time is about 9:20, correct?
Yes,
And so if the 911 call was at 3:45 or so in the afternoon, this is more than 5 hours after this alleged event, correct?
correct,
So 5 hours after whatever trauma it was that Mr. Miu said that he'd been the victim of, correct?
correct.
And that might impact what state in that trauma he is going through. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Mr. Smithstead?
First off, we're asking questions about elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse. Does having a heart bypass cause folks who survive that procedure to have a higher pulse and blood pressure in general, if you know?
That's not my specialty. It certainly can. Generally, a normal pulse is 60 to 90, and Mr. Miu, it was noted to be 91, so just slightly elevated. A general blood pressure, typically heart patients have higher blood pressures, especially when they're on medications. However, it's hard to know if that's typical for heart patients or not because they're so different.
He was on some medications, right?
Yes, it looks like he was on atorvastatin, aspirin, and potassium.
Torvastatin is what type of med?
It's a med for cholesterol.
Just, is that prescribed to folks who have high cholesterol?
Yes, typically.
Does high cholesterol affect your blood pressure, or can it?
It certainly can. Again, that's not my specialty.
Mr. Nelson had asked you about whether Mr. Miu has a twin.
This is stupid because they already could have they could have already cleared this with her. They're asking these questions and like he's kind of struggling right now. This is their witness. You think they would have already verified, like, could any of these things been a problem for him? This is kind of lazy on their part. They got caught a little.
You indicated fraternal twin.
Correct.
Do fraternal twins have the same DNA? If you
Not
know.
typically. That's not my specialty either, but
Understood. Mr. Nelson had asked you about Mr. Miu's statement to you that, quote, the guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly. Was that something that he volunteered, or was that in response to a question from you, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly where that statement came from. I do know when I was observing the injuries on his knuckles, I did note a couple of statements when I asked him how he got those injuries. I was trying to stop my tube, but these happened maybe when they kicked me. I don't know if it was around then. I know I was examining his hands. I don't know if it was when I was swabbing them or noting the injuries when that statement was made.
All right. Oh, did you end up taking any photos of his hands?
I did not.
Do you know why?
I do not. I wish I would have, but I didn't.
You indicated that as you're examining Mr. Miu, he indicated that he had been kicked.
Correct.
When you were examining Mr. Miu, other than the bite on the inside of his cheek, did he complain of any pain in his face?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson? Just want to make sure we've got, I think, 3 brief areas here. One of them is medications. He talked to you about medications, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, do you have any knowledge that at that time he was being prescribed Prozoin?
No.
Are you familiar with Prozoin?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Medication to deal with PTSD nightmares?
Okay.
Did he tell you at that point he was using that medication?
No.
Medications are something that a doctor has to give, correct?
Correct.
So you can't just go out and ask for some prescription and you get it, correct?
Correct.
You asked about
Hold on. Please come up.
That's fair game. They went down the medication route. He's allowed to go off that. He's allowed to do that. Yes, I should call Kyle Rittenhouse as a fucker around find out expert. But yeah, the state opened that door. He's allowed to go through it. Besides, that's really not gonna dicking around with the medication's really not gonna hurt them. Everybody in that jury is going to sit there and understand, holy shit, if I was in jail and charged with murder, I'd be kind of freaked out. Everything would be elevated. Even because, like, otherwise they're going to say, oh, he's cool as a cucumber. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to work that way. So everybody would be a little kind of wigged out. Like, let's not lie. Let's not lie. So both of them going down this road doesn't help them as much as I think they think it does.
You were asking questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Judge. You were asking questions about what he disclosed about pain. I want to follow up on that, okay?
Oh, that got sustained, or the judge kind of told him to move on.
And in your experience dealing with victims of violence, in your experience, sometimes the pain is acute at that time, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes the pain might come later, correct?
Correct.
And some of that might be because of the body's response to the trauma that they suffered, correct?
Correct.
The body might be doing things to protect them from feeling that pain in that moment, correct?
Yes.
And the pain might come later, correct?
Yep.
Not unusual in your world, agreed?
Agreed.
And then lastly, you said he made some statements to you. He made some statements in general about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then he made some specific statements about the manner in which he thinks it happened, correct?
Correct.
But what we know is in his general statements to you were, I've been a victim of violence, correct?
Correct.
Somebody attacked me, correct?
Correct.
Ask and answer, Judge. We've been down this road.
That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. You are finished. You may step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next. I'll leave those on the table. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Smestad, who's the next witness?
We call Investigator John Schultz.
Ms. Gator, please stand. Raise your right hand and be sworn. I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson?
Please state your first and last name and spell your last name.
It's John Schultz, last name spelling Shilts.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
Can you briefly describe your training and experience for your position?
Again, specifically to investigations, I have attended numerous courses geared towards investigators and detectives.
And are you trained in doing processing digital evidence?
I am.
What other roles have you held at St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
I started in the jail as a corrections deputy. Then I went to field services where I was a patrol deputy. Some of the extra activities or specialized activities that I've been in include K9, honor guard, dive team.
Ah, so that was the investigative officer that whole time. God, that's oof. Kind of looks goofy as a detective. I mean, he's got like Anderson Cooper hair, but it's like, wait, he dyes his hair. Look at it. It's brown underneath. That's dyed, I think. Oh my God, this is awful. This is awful, chat. He's appropriating my gray hair. He's appropriating my gray hair, chat. I had to earn this. I had to earn this. I am offended. I am very offended. You know, this is I don't think he's dying it. Well, he's got, look at underneath, he's got layers of it. He's got layers of it. It's layered. So that's not a wig. If it's a wig, he should get his money back. See, so I appropriate brown hair every 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah, but you don't just like do the top layer and then have your bottom gray. That would look goofy. This is just garbage. How can it be this gray under, like, look at that underneath there. It just doesn't work. Maybe it's a bad haircut, but look at all this brown hair, brown hair, brown hair, brown hair. Like and then he's got like this like dried milk on the beard. Like it's poorly brushed in. That's not a guy aging with gray hair. It's awful if it is. I feel bad for him, but gosh, I feel like he's appropriating my culture. He's a witcher. Yeah, let's see. Here we go.
An operator for our ERU team, crisis negotiator, to name a few.
ERU, is that what some places refer to as like a SWAT team?
It is.
And are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
How did you end up as the lead investigator?
We have on-call weekends, and I was on call that weekend.
Did you respond to the scene at the Sunrise Bridge?
I did.
When you were there, did you make contact with some of the witnesses who testified?
I did.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the scene?
As far as witnesses that have testified, I spoke with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Alex Bang, Madison Cohen, Janelle Duxbury, Quentin Carlson, and I believe that was it.
And was that a in-depth interview or quickly gathering information? How was that?
I was looking just for quick synopsis. Name, date, birth, telephone number, and a synopsis.
Were you trying to sort out who actually saw things and who were just bystanders?
I was.
When you made contact with Owen Pelican, Alex Vang and Ryan Nelson, those were all, they were with Isaac's group?
They were.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication when you spoke with them?
I did not.
Did you notice any slurred speech?
I did not.
Any swaying while they were standing?
No, sir.
And that was on body cam when you were interacting with them?
It was, yes.
Did you get blood or breath samples for BAC for the witnesses you spoke with?
I did not.
Why not?
I had no clues of impairment for any of them.
Did you, you were here for Sally Standard's testimony. Did you collect any buccal swabs?
I did, from Anthony Carlson.
And was that placed in evidence and secured in the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Have you ever been trained that you're supposed to put DNA samples in refrigeration?
No.
There's been some questions of witnesses about, have you seen the video? Did law enforcement ever show witnesses the video of the incident prior to interviews?
No.
And did you go anywhere else from the Sunrise Bridge? Let me rephrase. Did you do any more interviews that day?
I did.
And where were
More like
those done?
Sunset,
At
right?
Regents Hospital.
And who'd you speak with there?
At Regents, I spoke with Quentin Carlson again, Anthony Carlson, Tony Carlson, he goes by, Dante Carlson. I believe that was it that day. I attempted to talk to Riley and AJ, but I couldn't because of their conditions.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement search the river for evidence,
We did.
including actually in the water?
Correct.
How was that done?
We utilized our dive team who came over and searched that area.
Did that include metal detectors?
It did.
Did they find any knives?
They did, yes.
And can you describe those?
I can. One was a corroded box cutter and another was a corroded pocket knife.
And when you say corroded, do you mean looked like they've been in the water for a while?
Yes, sir.
Watching the video, part of what you got is the video from Joanne, and then you got individual frames of that video, right?
I did, yes.
And so were you able to, by looking at the total frames compared to the total length of the video, figure out the frames per second for that video?
Yes, it is 24 frames per second on average.
I want to ask you about Larry Davis. So did you make contact with him on scene of the river?
I did, yes.
And did he mention something about having a video?
He did.
And did you get that video from him?
I did, yes.
And how did that happen?
I asked him to email it to me and he thought it was going to be too big, so he texted it to me.
And did you see it come through in your text?
I did.
Did you, and you were here when it was played in court, that video?
Yes,
And is that the video? Is that how you received it?
I believe so.
And did you notice right away that it was all blurry?
I did. After I started to review it, yes, I did.
But right away when he sent it to you, did you notice?
I did not know.
Did you follow up? Did law enforcement follow up with Larian to try to get the original?
We did, yes.
And what was done to try to get the original unblurred or version?
It was sent, well, first we recovered his phone. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First we recovered his phone. We learned that Larian's phone had water damage and that it was sent to an Apple facility in Indiana. We acquired a search warrant to obtain that. We did get that. I got the phone back. Part of my duties, I do extractions on electronics to include cell phones. And I was not able to get an extraction from his device. Because I couldn't do that, we also utilized other methods, including search warrants to his cell phone provider, Snapchat, as well as iCloud, in an attempt to get that video.
Were you ever able to get the original video?
We were not.
And did you do anything to see if you could try to get the video enhanced or cleaned up so it would go from distorted to more like how a normal video would look on from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I was sent to MOCIC, which is Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center. They offer a lot of resources to a number of law enforcement agencies. They have a lot more resources than most agencies can afford. One of those things that they can do is assist law enforcement with videos, photographs, things of that nature. So I sent it to them.
And did you get back another version of the video?
I did.
Did it look like a normal cell phone video?
No.
Is MOIC
No.
still blurry?
Correct.
Was MO, and what was the acronym you used?
MOCIC.
MOCIC. Is that also who did the frames for you?
It is.
I'm just gonna pull up exhibit 2 so that you can see the difference between the two videos. It's the wrong exhibit.
I had planned to take another break before lunch. I was going to suggest maybe we break now while you're looking
Sure.
at your video.
Sure.
So let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back shortly before 11 o'clock. I'll rise for the jury.
All right, Chad, another break to time travel. Woo! Oh, wow. Really short break. Okay. I thought we were talking like a 10-minute break here. Okay. Okay. Here we go.
Attorneys, Mr. Miu and
Oh!
Investigator Schultz, please retake.
video you got from Larry and Davis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just gonna open it up, Judge, and just go through a few frames so the jury can see the comparison.
Yes.
Okay. And this resized one is the one
Hi,
you got
I'm
from
Springer. Good to
MOCIC?
see here.
Correct.
Thank you for joining us. He's guilty as hell. Hey, you are allowed to have that opinion. I think probably not, but you are allowed to have that opinion. That is how this works.
Were there any items that were turned in as found from civilians that turned out to have some connection to the case?
Yes, there was.
Was one of those a cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine the owner of the cell phone?
I was. When I received the cell phone, again, part of my job is doing cell phone extractions. I took the SIM card out of the phone and recognized it as belonging to T-Mobile. So I contacted T-Mobile, provided them with identifying numbers on that SIM card, and I learned the phone belonged to Ariel.
And was another item that was turned in a pocket knife?
Yes.
And can you just, what brand pocket knife was it?
Tactical Gears.
And was there somebody that was interviewed that described having lost a tactical gears knife on that day on the river?
Yes, Mr. Baldozo, I believe is how you pronounce his last name.
Would that be the husband of the nurse, Andrea, who testified?
It would be, yes.
So are you aware that Nicolae said in his interview that one of the boys had a kitchen knife?
I am.
And was a kitchen knife located?
Yes,
Where was that located?
at the hideaway.
Yes.
So this is exhibit 25A, the river map. So the incident here, kitchen knife was found here.
Yes,
Was there, did you review body cam regarding, for the time that the kitchen knife was found?
I did.
Was it discussed over the radio?
It was.
Was Nicolae in custody at that time?
Yes,
And were the officers around him wearing radios?
they were.
Was there a radio in the squad car when he got placed in the squad car?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Madison Cohen. Were you, I think you said Madison Cohen is one of the ones you made brief contact with at the scene.
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any injury on Madison Cohen?
I did not.
Were you present for her testimony that when she said the sheriff's office told her that the sheriff's office didn't want a photo of her injuries?
I was.
Is that true?
No.
And had you actually previously made efforts to retrieve the photo that she said she took?
Yes.
What was that?
I did an extraction. I did not do the extraction. I reviewed an extraction from Madison Cohen's cellular device. I also did an extraction and reviewed it on Madison Cohen's mother's device.
Why'd you do her mother's phone also?
I spoke with, or I learned that Madison was not sure if she took the photo or if her mother took the photo. So both provided their cell phones so law enforcement could search them for the photos.
And did you
Yep.
locate any photos during the time frame she said she thought she took it that could have been, or that was consistent with her description?
Not during the time frame, no.
And were there any deleted photos recovered from either phone?
They were not.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
And when you do a download, why don't you just explain to the jury how you do a forensic download on a phone?
Sure. So a phone in particular,
What's that, baby?
I'll get the device. There's a lot of different variables, but I'll summarize.
Yeah, that bitch lied.
We pay
You
for,
weren't
for
allowed to hear her
software, and I can
testify.
plug the phone into
Yeah.
a box, which goes into our computer, which more or less copies the data on the device and then puts it into a readable format that's user-friendly so we can review the data.
Isn't it kind of funny? The lady, it sounds like she lied. Didn't want nobody hearing her. We weren't allowed to hear her testify. We weren't allowed to see her testify. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that kind of weird, chat? Isn't that kind of weird? Just saying.
It's not uncommon that we don't always get everything. And really, there's no rhyme or reason. Even the trainers, when I'm going through all these courses, say sometimes they don't know why we get X and sometimes why we do. Just electronics are electronics. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
Oh, that's bullshit. If this case were the other way around and Nicolae's phone had been destroyed, he wouldn't say, yeah, sometimes we just can't find it. He'd say, no, that's evidence of people delete shit, or they make bad guys lie all the time. Oh, come on now. Come on now, fake gray hair. I'm on to you, detective.
You do a forensic download, and including with Madison's phone and her mother's phone, that includes everything the download's able to pull off the phone?
Correct.
So photos, texts, calls, all those things?
Yes.
And so you testified sheriff's office didn't tell her you didn't want the photos. Were you present for a meeting at the DA's office with Maddie when the photos were discussed?
I was.
And what was Madison? What did she express some anxiety about deleting the photos?
She did, yes.
And was there an effort to console her?
Yes.
And what was said to her?
Not to worry about the photos.
So she wasn't told you didn't want them. She was told not to worry about it.
Correct.
And that was after you'd already made all these efforts to get the phone that she consented to.
Yes, well after.
So you're the court officer, so you've been present for the trial.
Yes, sir.
And you recall the testimony with Lieutenant Coleman about how he got those points for incident locations from you, right?
Yes.
And Can you explain to the jury how you estimated those circles for the incident location and the group locations?
I can. As stated earlier, I got frame by frames from that MOCIC, which was taken from the original, or one of the videos from Mr. Cockfield. From those frame by frames, I walked out to the river. I would get in generalized locations and review the photos from the video, the frame by frames, to landmarks on shore, which assisted me in getting in the general location of where the person taking the video, in this case, Mr. Cockfield, was at specific times.
And do you remember how long you were out there? Was it a half hour or several hours?
It was several hours.
And that you said you're comparing frames to the terrain.
Correct.
Did you walk all along the scene, like from the area of the bridge to the area of the sandbar?
Yes, I wasn't right next to the bridge, but where that grassy area was, where victims were being pulled out from that area down to the sandbar, yes.
And this wasn't on July 30th, right?
No,
Do you recall when it was?
I went out there on multiple occasions. I believe twice in August and once in September.
And were there any deep spots in the river in that area?
Not really. There was one kind of back by the sandbar, if you would continue going upriver. And then there was one kind of in the area of the bridge towards the center of the river.
Okay. Coach?
Yes, ma'am.
This is marked as exhibit 89. Can you draw on here? Well, actually, is the bridge on this map?
No,
So the area by the bridge, would that be above where this map comes off?
yes.
And where was you said there's another spot kind of closer to the sandbar?
Where it was deeper?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, almost right where it says that 155.31 in that general location.
Around here?
Yes, sir.
And the other one would have been,
Up closer to the bridge, yes.
okay. And how deep?
I could touch the whole time. To my recollection, like my stomach, maybe up to my chest.
And the rest of the areas of that section of the river, what was the depth like from what you recall?
Varied, but not much. Definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. For the most part, it was below my knee. Sometimes it would go up to my thighs,
Lower thigh or upper thigh?
lower thigh. And depending on where it was, again, like.
Sure. And you said when you're out there, you're taking photos.
I did. I also took photos myself, yes.
Judge, this is exhibit 84. I'd ask to publish.
Has 84 been received into evidence?
No, I moved to admit it and then.
Any objection to 84? All right, 84 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, I'm ready. So it looks like there's 132 photos. I'm not going to go through all of them with you. So what are we looking at here in the image one?
My back would be to the bridge, kind of near that grassy point where victims were being pulled out, and we're looking upstream.
And I'm just going to go through this as 2 until we get closer to some 3, 4, 5.
I don't think he
Just keep
did.
scrolling. So what are these flags? This is image 13. What are these flags you're seeing?
I used those flags when I had the frame by frames. I would mark them, so then we would know where that spot was and I could continue to the next spot.
And from
Shout out to
this is how
Rob,
you came
always
up
got
with
good
those
stuff, too.
Locations on that map, exhibit 89.
Yes.
You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Search Rossi.
Investigator Schultz, have you had, being the lead investigator in this case, does every report, every interview, everything ultimately work its way across your desk?
No, sir.
So you don't, if this is fair, you don't see some of the work that other people are doing in the case. Is that right?
Correct.
You, in terms of your background, you are or have been involved in the crisis negotiation team,
Yes, sir.
okay, and the SWAT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair if I said to you, those are situations in your experience, your training and experience, that sometimes involve highly stressful events?
Correct.
You were asked a couple of questions regarding the knives that were located in the river.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? Okay.
I do.
And then you had mentioned that a civilian, I think you mentioned, a civilian had located a knife that had belonged to a Robert Beldoza. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know, as the lead investigator, Robert Beldozo's kind of involvement in this case?
I do. Yes.
Do you know when that knife, because Mr. Beldozo lost the knife, to be fair, on that day, right, on the 30th?
Yes.
He lost it in the river going to that scene. Is that right?
I don't believe so, sir.
You don't believe that he had pulled his knife out and was running over to the scene and then fell and dropped it?
I've watched a lot of the body camera. I'm not trying to be argumentative.
You're not?
I think he said at one point he thought he pulled it out, but in the body camera footage, you can actually see it clipped like in the back of his swim trunks. So I'm not sure when it was lost. I apologize.
No, but he's saying it was lost on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to, or as he's moving toward that incident, right?
I believe he said he wasn't sure when he lost it. If there's a report, I could review it, but
No, that's okay. I'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
You also mentioned that in your training and experience, these clips and videos that we're watching, just so I understand it, when we go through these stills, 24 of those consecutive stills equals 1 second in time. Is that fair?
yes.
And I want to ask you some questions about your duties or your responsibilities on the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
And on the 30th of July, you're wearing, as this is going on and you arrive on the scene, you're wearing a body camera. True?
Yes.
You make contact with, I think you said, I'm not saying in which order, but you make contact with Owen Poliquin, Ryan Nelson, and Alex Vang, right?
Correct.
Do they ever mention to you that they have information that he was looking for little girls, Mr. Miu?
I do not believe they did.
Okay. You then have contact with Ms. Cohen. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had contact with her, I think, 2 times, maybe briefly, but 2 times, right?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And she's providing you some information as to what had happened, right?
Correct.
And how long, I don't know if I heard this, how long have you been in office?
I don't recall the exact dates. I've been employed by St. Clair County for 16 years this month. 3 that was in dispatch, 3 was in the jail, the rest field services.
Okay, so for a substantial period of your career, you're out trying to investigate alleged criminal behavior, right?
Yes.
And with what you know at that point about what's going on, you're looking at Madison Cohen as you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
Having been a law enforcement officer for the length of time that you have, if you had noticed something on her face which was consistent with what she was telling you, would you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, Investigator Schultz, somebody punched me in the face. If I had physical injuries that were consistent with that, you write that down, right?
Yes.
Would you, in some situations, photograph that?
Yes.
And you don't see on either one of your contacts with her on that day anything on her face that supports the claim that she was punched, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember her testimony saying that it was her eye was puffy? Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I believe. Yes.
You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Do you remember she also mentioned that the next day she had like some yellow, almost like bruising? Do you remember that?
I'm sorry. I don't remember saying that. If you're telling me she did, I believe you.
No, she says any bruise. The question was any bruise. She said a little yellow.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Do you say to people in this particular case, do you say to Ms. Cohen, look, if something shows up later, physical injury shows up later, capture that for us. We'd like that.
I don't recall what all I said, sir.
Okay. But was that something that you might do in these type of cases where a physical injury may appear later?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if this is fair, at some point, there is an attempt to get a photograph or an alleged photograph off of her phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me this? You are a forensic examiner of cell phones,
Correct.
right? And you didn't do the extraction on her phone, but you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
And can you tell me is there a difference in when you do these extractions between allocated and unallocated space?
Yes. Unallocated is just like deleted space.
Okay, so if I'm on my phone looking at some website or some video or something, and I click off that, does that go into unallocated space?
It could be cached. I guess I'm not certain if it goes into unallocated or not. I apologize.
Is it, in your experience, your training and experience, is it more difficult to locate things in allocated or unallocated space?
It's easier to locate if it's not deleted. Yes.
And you agree, well, let me ask you this. The reason you do these downloads sometimes in law enforcement is you're looking specifically in some situations for things people delete off of their phones, right?
Yes.
And you can get a bunch of stuff sometimes off of deleted images or videos or text messages, things like that, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay. And in your review of what you saw on the document review of Madison Cohen, there's no photograph recovered, correct? We know that.
Correct. During that time frame when she said it was taken. Correct.
And there's nothing in that document review or that report that indicates that there was a photo that had been deleted either, right?
Correct. There showed no deleted photos on either examination of Madison Cohen or her mother's phone.
And I think Madison, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think Madison also had said that she might have actually texted that picture of her mother. Remember that?
Yes, or vice versa.
Okay. And that's the reason that you want to look at mom's phone is to see, well, there could be this text that went through. So even if Madison deleted it, we can get it from mom, right?
And there was, I don't have the right word. Neither was certain which one took it either. So we weren't sure if mom took it or Madison took it. But yes, that was part of it as well.
Okay. And you do the forensic examination for Madison Cohen's mother's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And if I word this incorrectly, let me know.
Yes, sir.
No photograph that was in her, well, I'm going to say like saved images, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have photos on my phone of my children and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Nothing in that area that you could just access by kind of swiping through, right?
I'm sorry, I don't
Nothing relates to
understand.
Madison's picture
Oh,
of her face.
correct. Yes.
And nothing in her deleted images, which would support the claim that either she took the photo or Madison sent her the photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know that you said in some situations, sometimes we just don't get images, right?
Yes.
But that would have to happen in both of these cases then, right?
Yes.
You agree that you would never say, or you didn't say to Madison Cohen, I don't need that photo, it doesn't matter. right?
Correct.
Okay, you would, in a case like this,
Okay.
you guys, when I say you guys, law enforcement, you wanted every piece of evidence you could get, right?
I can. And can I correct myself in my last one or just clarify? If she told me she had a photo, yes, I would want that. Maybe being empathetic and saying it's okay, don't worry about it, yes. But no, if there's a photo, yes, we would want it.
Sure. So when she said, I told them I have a photo, and they said, don't worry about it, that's not something you would say, right? Like,
We did say don't
about
worry about it, but we didn't say that we did not want it, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
it. No, you would, in a homicide case, you would want all the information that you could possibly get your hands on.
Correct,
Very
yes.
true.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Oh, you're good. Did you ever, and I don't know if this is possible, this MOCIC,
Yes.
do they have the ability to get information off of phones that you don't?
I asked them, and they, actually, this is where I learned, it got compressed. I didn't know that could happen. And they said, there's nothing else that they can do besides the resize of the video.
I'm
So no, they couldn't do anything more than I did.
Okay, so as it relates to looking for the information on Madison and Madison's mother's phone,
Yes.
you giving that to this this organization that has more resources, that wouldn't have been useful? I'm just asking.
I don't know if they take phones, they might. I assume that they use the same Celebrite and or Axiom, magnetic Axiom that we use, but I don't know, sir.
You were asked questions about when you saw Owen, Ryan, and Alex, if you ever tested their alcohol level or asked for a test? Remember that?
I do.
And you've heard, for example, Owen testify that he was drinking beer and doing shots of alcohol and using marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not being critical, it's more of a background question. You would agree drinking and using drugs may impact a person's ability to accurately perceive what's going on, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it can also impact their ability to just recall it too, right?
it can.
And you know, or you've heard by sitting at trial, all of these people admit that they had been drinking. Some admit they've been drinking and using marijuana, right?
I believe with the exception of Sheena, I think she said she was not drinking.
I meant the boys.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
And do you think it would be knowing, I'll ask it this way, bad question. Do you know what Issac Schuman's alcohol concentration was?
Don't recall. I can estimate, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
You know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You know that he was legally intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know that he was well above the legal limit, right?
Yes.
Would it be helpful for you to know if those boys were also above the legal limit and highly intoxicated when you took those statements?
It could be, as we talked about earlier, it could have an impact on what they said.
If those boys would have said to you that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls, would you have noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, because we throw this word around, you've heard this word pedophile thrown around over and over. You take that seriously, right?
Yes. The majority of the crimes I investigate involve crimes against children.
Right. So if somebody says to you, investigator, this guy's talking about looking for little kids based on your background, you'd be interested in that, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree, nowhere in any report that you prepared do you document or indicate that they ever mentioned to you that he was looking for little girls. True?
I'm not trying to be argumentative again. Them specifically, no, but other people told me that they said that, so I documented it in my reports. But the boys specifically, no, sir.
Right. Well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You heard Owen Pelican today said that Mr. You told him that, right?
Yes.
Owen Pelican never told you that, right?
Correct. So can you tell me, based on your training and experience, both as a hostage kind of negotiator and as a SWAT member of the SWAT team, would you consider what happened here to be a highly stressful event? Yes.
And your training and experience, if this is fair, tells you that people react differently in highly stressful events. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Have you been, sounds like you have been in multiple times in your professional life in highly stressful events.
Correct.
Okay. And you might react differently than another officer might react, right?
Correct.
And in these highly stressful events, have you, through your training and experience, seen situations where people's bodies react to the highly stressful event? Do you know what I mean by that?
No, sorry.
Okay. Do you know, or has it been your experience that sometimes people might, as you've heard, go white, where their body reacts to a highly stressful event?
Like his hair.
Have you seen people go pale in highly stressful events?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall, but I'm sure I have.
Have you seen them become quiet, kind of almost catatonic?
Again, I'm sure I have. I just can't think of a specific time.
Wide-eyed?
Yes.
Okay. And does your training and experience tell you that those are things that their body is just doing, right? Their body
Hello.
is getting wide-eyed, or they're getting white, or things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know that I understand it all the way.
Don't apologize, investigator.
Okay.
You're doing fine. Can I ask you, you were asked some questions about the river and the depths of the river and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree, to be fair, you can drown in calf deep water.
That's the fucking scary part of this. There was literally no Cellbrite in this chat. I mean, I was trying to find a spot to talk about this. This stat, like, these are some bumpkin hillbilly yoders. What were they doing with this? Can we FOIA Mattis's testimony? I think so. At the end of this, I'd love to see it. Yeah, there's a whole lot of not my job on the stand today. Yeah. To be fair, though, the nurse is right for saying it's not my job. I don't know that. I'm not trained in that. This is the guy, their lead detective. He's sitting at the table with everybody. That's a little different. He should know everything. So, yeah, they found the phone Miu was looking for, then dumped it after some of them started leaking. Yeah. This is just, yeah. A lot of garbage here, chat. And then there's a couple of super chats we need to get to here. Tracy says, I'm sorry, but if you put your hands on me, there would be no question because I would have. Yep. The detective's husband must be so proud, I'm sure. Well, he might have a husband too, so I know it's for the other one. And then I need to sneak in I don't think so, Tim, in there somewhere, yes. The White Shark says it best. No punch, no pedo, no conviction. That's a very good one. There wasn't, he didn't punch. He's not a pedophile. No punch, no pedophile, no conviction. Boom. That'd be, I wouldn't use that here, but that's pretty funny. I like it. Also, I see a bunch of names here that recognize guys. Welcome. Welcome to Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney out of Cleveland, the Cleveland area. And we're just catching up today on Nicolae Miu. So thank you for sticking around.
Potentially, yes.
Right. So especially if you get knocked unconscious, you drowned in 6 inches of water, right?
I would suspect so, yes.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is you had talked about different areas of the river where you were kind of maybe up to your shoulders or up to your chest or up to your waist. You don't need to be in that deep of water if you're unconscious to drown.
Correct.
So when Mr. Miu was, I think you heard the testimony, they're asking him to walk downriver, right? That's what you heard from the testimony?
I believe it's all angles, but mostly downriver, especially initially with Ms. Cohen, I believe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I got it right. They want him, according to the testimony, they want him to walk this way, the way the arrow's pointing, right?
At some points, yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Miu say that at some points there, the river is a little bit deeper than where he was standing?
Did I hear him say that? No, sir.
You didn't hear that on, Coleman said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question with Coleman?
Coleman said that the river at various points as you move downriver becomes deeper, right?
Yes.
So is that true? As the direction that they were pointing him to walk, the water would have been deeper, right?
Yes.
Lena, there is a description
Did
down
you,
below, and I can fill in you in
as
a
a
little
lead
bit more
investigator,
later.
Were you the officer who prepared the information for the crime lab regarding DNA on what was to be swabbed and where it was to be swabbed?
No, sir.
Do you know who did that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Mr. Anderson.
You're asked about deleted photos. When you did these forensic downloads of the phones, was it more common to find deleted photos or not find deleted photos?
It's more common to not find the deleted photos than it is to find them.
And you were asked about Roberto Baldazzo and his statement that he had thought he dropped it while running up to aid some stabbing victims. Do you recall that question?
I do.
You said that you saw a body cam of him with a knife in his shorts. What was he doing at that point in the body cam?
Providing aid to Isaac.
And prior to July 30th, 2022, had you ever seen Madison Cohen before?
No.
So you didn't have any sort of frame of reference for what her cheeks or what she looked like before that?
Correct.
I think it's 51. It's a flash drive. Just because our map is cut off there and you're asked about the spot by the bridge, I want to pull up Lieutenant Coleman's presentation. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, can we have the screen, please?
Sorry, I was just trying not to like cough. Sorry about that.
Is the spot where it got deep, close to the bridge, visible on that image on the right?
This is still the prosecution's case.
Can you draw on your screen if the judge can enable it, where you call that deep spot being that was near to the bridge?
Where it gets deeper, yes.
Yeah.
To the best of my recollection, can I use it on the regular one or do you want it on Lieutenant Coleman's drawing?
I guess either.
Right in that area there.
And just for the record, Judge, this is slide 13 of Exhibit 51. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trophy?
Do you ask Madison Cohen why she would possibly delete a photograph in a case like this?
We did, yes.
You did?
But I guess I don't know if we asked, but she made a statement that it was causing her anxiety. She didn't want to think about it. That's possibly why she deleted the photos.
That is such a bullshit answer. It was causing me anxiety to have evidence of a murder on my phone. I deleted it. You don't have to look at it. That is such a bullshit answer. Oh, such a bullshit answer. That is so fucking awful here. Yeah, she's traumatized that she came over there and tried to act like, reality begged to differ about girl bossing when girl bossing goes wrong. And because she girl bossed, somebody died. I'm sure that's a trauma.
And in terms of what you observed when she came out of the water, you've heard in this courtroom far more detail about kind of how this went down than you did that day, right?
Yes.
Right. So, you heard Madison Cohen get on the witness stand for however long and testify about what had occurred, right?
Correct, yes.
You've heard other people explain what they observed between Mr. Miu and Madison Cohen as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've heard that this 248-pound man threw a hook, by some people's estimation, threw a hook to this girl's face and knocked her down, right? You've heard that.
I guess check out relevance with this witness. I don't know what you can answer about what
I'm gonna,
Well, overall, it was said in court.
you've heard that, right?
Yes, some have said that.
And you didn't see a single mark on her face based on that, did you?
I did not see a mark on her face, no, sir.
Interesting.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can sit
Judge.
down. It is 11:45. This is probably the best place to break for lunch. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Please take the jury out.
Nice ending, Sheriff Easy. Nice ending. When do we get to hear about the medical examiner who found Madison? Well, the medical examiner is not going to examine Madison because she's not dead. So no, he wouldn't touch her because she's not dead. But since Madison declined all medical care, nobody would examine her. So this is not that situation. But holy cow. And yeah, guys, this is so Lena, Nicolae Miu is accused of murdering a 17-year-old named Issac Schuman and wounding quite a few people during a confrontation that occurred in rural Wisconsin on a river during like a place where y'all hop on the tubes and everybody goes down in groups. And there was a big confrontation and basically it was like 15-on-1. And the question is whether or not he was justified in using force. He pulls out a knife after they kind of come up on him. Some things happen. He gets knocked out, comes up with a knife and starts stabbing. And the issue is, was he justified at that point or was he the instigator? It's kind of 50-50 at this one right now. We don't really know. A lot of questionable evidence, all the witnesses from the state, half of them can't even discern whether Nicolae Miu punched a woman in the face to start it or he slapped her or even if he hit her. Because she still got her she's wearing sunglasses, still holding a beer. It's really hard to tell what's all going on. But I put a description down below if you'd like to know a little more. And yes, the proof that partially exonerates the mob and would complete the... And here's the thing, chat. If that was there, I would say Nicolae Miu's guilty at that point. If he threw the first punch and everybody started whooping his ass, you kind of get what you get at that point, Nicolae. But the one thing that would have inculpated Nicolae Miu Madison Riley or whatever that Madison Cohen. You dumb fuck. You had the one piece that would have put this man in prison. He probably would have taken Sharfisi and Nelson would have been like, bro, you probably should take a plea. You deleted it. Where it never existed and you lied about it. I don't really know. That's just me. Either you're a liar or a moron. I don't know what it is. It's up for you. It's up for you. But yes, the one thing that would have sorted this out was deleted. The one piece of evidence we really want is deleted. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Get your noggin jogging. So let's skip lunch, guys. We're gonna be able to close this day out pretty quick here. So let's go to lunch. Well, you don't get lunch, chat. No lunch for you. No lunch for the chattel. Ooh, a short hour lunch. Okay. Here we go. They're gonna recall the one detective or deputy. Here we go, guys.
Mr. Smith.
I would figure the record.
Deputy Benjamin Trubin,
Who do you work for?
St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
You testified last week in this matter.
I did.
Do you recall testifying that you interviewed Ernesto Torres as part of your duties in this matter?
Yes.
What day and where did that interview take place?
It occurred day on the river. It occurred below the Somerset Bridge in Village Park where the tubing exit is.
Did you record that interview on your body camera?
I did, yes.
Mr. Torres, Ernesto Torres, give you some information about what you heard and saw that day?
Yes,
Were you present in the court when you testified, I believe, on Friday?
I was not.
There wouldn't be a medical report if she declined medical attention.
But yes.
Now we're going to play a portion of the Trevian's body cam interview with Ernesto Torres. Starting at 2:35.
Just know when you're ready.
All right. You spell it for me?
ERT.
1 second. ERT.
ERNEST. Oh, Ernesto.
Ernesto. Do you have any ID or anything on you?
8111, 8816, I'll head over there.
Is it in your cooler?
8111.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Fine.
We're probably out of people, but if you do have any other investigative resources to assist
Okay.
over here, the investigation of a lot of witnesses here also.
10-4, 22 has checked on, and dispatch, can you send a PC by DePaul County? They have 2 investigators that are.
Can I see her ID too? Is it your wife?
No, this is my wife. That one.
Whose ID is that one?
My sister.
Is that her right here?
Yeah.
That's hers. All right.
Take my wife out over there.
Not violent, but yelling.
All right, I'll talk to you over here.
Northwest City. 22 dispatch, 1041, Somerset.
All right. Can you kind of tell me what's going on today?
So we was outside, you know, in the corner of the river.
All right.
So he's looking for our friend Luther at the phone. You know what I mean? He's brought away by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it.
Yep.
He's looking by the phone in the river because we stand here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw he there looking with the phone, and he was saying he's in trouble. What do you mean trouble? I saw people attack him.
People stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him, and then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You cancel the
I
rate.
go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on this way, and right away, the problem, he said that somebody took his knife, his pocket. He got a knife for carry the thing in the river.
Cancel the rate. Cancel
And
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units never returned to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here,
And being transported.
with black,
We still
All
have
right.
able 6
and
here on
he
scene.
was here. He said, they're taking my knife. That's what he said. And they pointed, he was in the floor,
All right.
in the water. And when I close, not too close, I mean, middle of the river, he said, get out there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they're taking my knife.
So you never saw him with a knife?
No, never.
No. Did you see anyone with a knife?
No.
No.
No, because that's what I said. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people's blood?
Yeah.
All right.
I
So,
don't know what's going on.
all right.
They pointed him, he said, they're taking my knife. So people were punching him. Where were they punching him? It was like right here, outside by the rat. Yep. By the rat. They punch him. Yep. Where were they punching? Where were they punching him on his body? He punched I don't know, in the face or here. They punch him down. And when he get out, that's why I tell him, get out there, because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, they're taking my knife. And later we find out what's going on. All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that? No, because it's what I say. They say they're taking my knife. I saw some people here with blood. He one lady in the middle of the river with the blood too. What does knife look like? This is a little knife, like a. So like a pocket knife, it folds out? Yeah, like a pocket knife. A foldable one? Exactly. Sir, is that your cooler there? Yes. You mind if we look at it? You can get it. Thank you. That's sort of weird because we never have problem. Never. This is guy. No, we always no problem. Nothing. How do you know him? Oh, he's working with me for he works 20 years. He works for you? Yeah, we work together. And we friends for many years. We never have any problem. And that's weird. He said.
So if Mr. Torres came in and testified last week that Nick never said that they took my knife, would that be accurate?
No.
On the small clip that we watched, how many times he told you that Nick claimed that these folks took his knife?
In that portion, not sure, but in the total video, more than 10 times.
Still, the knife thing is really going to fuck Nick ultimately. I think that's another big problem.
When you were talking to him, well, first off, this interview just occurred right after Nick was taken into custody.
Yes.
During that interview, did you ever say anything like someone tried to follow Nick up the river?
No.
Did you ever say something like somebody approached him and he was pointing at him and he yelled at him to get back?
No.
I don't know anything further.
Mr. Prophecy?
Were you involved with multiple interviews of Mr. Torres?
No, just the initial.
Did you know that Mr. Torres gave multiple interviews?
I did not know.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Torres told, for example, Investigator Shapey and Deputy Williams about what happened, right?
I do not know.
Okay. And in your training and experience, can sometimes people who give multiple interviews say something in one interview and then not say it in another interview?
Potentially.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair. On the interview that you conducted with Mr. Torres, the one thing that he never wavers on as well is that he saw Mr. Miu being attacked, right?
It says that he was punched or pushed, correct?
Right. And he actually says, I witnessed that happen.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't tell you, or he mentions that he doesn't see the knife, correct?
Yes, he does.
In your interview, I want to make sure I got this right though. In your interview with Mr. Torres, it appears that he says to you, tell me if you remember this. His wife tell me he's in trouble. We go, what do you mean trouble? Yes, you see they punching his inaudible in the floor. And I go there, help. And when I say get out, get out of there. Because there's a bunch of people punching him. I don't know.
All those crazy gringos.
Remember that?
I remember the portion where you're talking about. I don't remember exact verbatim of it.
So he apparently he says that he is telling or saying, get out of there, right?
He's saying that he was yelling that to Nick. Let's get out of here.
Do you remember a conversation where he tells you that he is, do you know if he's saying get out? Because he says it multiple times to you, right? That he says get out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if he's talking about Nick or he's pointing to other people to get away?
And my belief was that he was telling Nick to get out of there.
Everything's switched.
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Mr. Smestad, who is next?
I'm going to switch up. Ready to do it.
Carlos de la Cruz.
Judge, I'm going to handle this. We're just not going to change seats. Sure.
Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. So it's been a few days since your last testimony. We will re-administer the oath.
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness
We're
chair.
gonna bring in the one who interpreted for all these guys. I think this is their last.
Can you please state your first and last
Guys, I'm pretty sure this is their last witness.
name?
Carlos De La Cruz.
And we heard earlier you work for the New Richmond Police Department.
Yes.
And you interviewed Ariel as part of this investigation.
Yes.
So when you went to that interview, did you bring any still frames from the video with you?
The investigators that accompanied me had some various frames, still frames.
And do you recall what those showed and why they were brought?
They kind of showed correlation between some of the witnesses compared to where the events were happening. And so they were kind of brought to try to identify some of the witnesses as well as to where the people were and hopefully get some information from the witnesses if they knew who was where, who they were, what they were wearing.
Was there one that showed Ariel standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae had the knife in his hand?
Yes.
And so did you ask Ariel what he saw?
Throughout the interview that we had discussed, particularly where he was and what he could see, what he couldn't see. The picture came up after he told us he wasn't up by where everything had occurred, that he had never gotten close to Nicolae. And so that's when we showed him that photo.
And after so in the context of him saying he never got close, was he saying he didn't see anything Nick did?
Yes, he repeatedly said there was so many people between him and the events that it was hard for them to understand what was going on or to see anything that Nick did.
And after you showed him the photo of him standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae had the bloody knife, did he still maintain that he didn't see Nick do anything?
Initially, he was rather surprised that he was that close. I think seeing the actual knife in Nick's hand surprised him more than anything. He then stated he didn't recall being that close to Nicolae.
And did he still deny seeing Nick do anything?
Correct. Yes.
Did he ever say anything even remotely close to that he saw Nicolae defend himself?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
You just told this jury that Ariel told.
But he's at least the most honest of them, saying, well, I still didn't see anything. Unlike the rest of these witnesses, he's the only one who hasn't lied so far. He corrected his statement based on that.
Your testimony was he, being Ariel, repeatedly said it was hard to see. Is that your testimony?
He had mentioned that more than once, yes.
He told you, we looked over there and we saw a lot. There were two groups in front of us. He said those words. Agreed?
Yes.
He said there were a lot of people. Agreed?
Correct.
He said, I saw it from far away. It was like as if they were bullying him.
That's what he said, yes.
He said, when I see it, I thought it was bullying.
Yes.
He said, they pushed him, he fell, he fell.
Yes.
He said, he got up, he being Mr. Miu. Ariel said, Miu got up and they started beating him, women as well as men.
Yes.
He said, I only saw when they were beating him.
Yes.
So despite your saying that he told you repeatedly it was hard to see, he told you repeatedly actually that he saw these two groups of people beating Mr. Miu. He said that, right?
Also, yes.
You asked him questions about Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked him questions about Mr. Miu, he told you the man was a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
He told you Nick was really
Objection, objection. It's character evidence, impermissible.
90801 prior consistent statement.
Overall, prior consistent statement is also evidence of his demeanor on the day in question. Please continue.
He told you Nick is a calm person, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't get angry a lot, agreed?
I don't know if he said that.
I move to strike.
Doesn't get any what? I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Ask the question.
Just want to read from the transcript, okay? At times, you're asking Ariel questions, correct?
Yes.
Ariel would answer you in Spanish.
Both sometimes, but yes.
And then you had a colleague there, correct?
Two of them, yes,
And your colleagues that were there didn't understand Spanish, correct?
correct.
So sometimes in the moment, when Ario would tell you something, you would turn and tell the officers, here's what he said. correct?
Yes,
And one of the times that you said that, you said, it sounds like Day, he was calm too. Is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? You asked him that question, correct?
Judge, I'm gonna object. Can we approach?
Yes.
This is they're doing a good job with this. Very good cross-examination here. Now, guys, remember, when he came up the last time, it was just to say, yes, I speak Spanish, and it was to explain what how the interviews went. So this isn't really this is now his first real testimony. That stuff was very foundational, but they told it in order so they could tell the rest of the story. So don't freak out that he's coming up a second time without this being rebuttal. He's actually doing a lot here that's kind of important. Oh, I don't know what argument he's making here, but I think it's character evidence, yeah, but it's not for the the words for different effect. It's hearsay, but it's let's see what happens. Cost one trooping away from
Just one last
me.
quote from page 30 of the
Yeah.
transcript. What Ario never wavered on is saying that he did see that they were beating him up.
correct.
Nothing else.
Mr. Anderson?
He also never wavered on saying that he never saw Nick. He didn't see Nick do anything.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Anything else?
He never said the word, I didn't see Nick do it. Those aren't his words, correct?
I would have to reread the whole transcript if those were correct or not. I just,
He didn't say those words.
Objection
I'd have to
asked and
read it.
answered. He needs to see the transcript.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Nelson, if you want to pursue that, you may.
He didn't say anywhere in the transcript where he said those words that you said he did.
if you have the transcripts and that's what you're saying, then I would agree with you
I'm not the witness, or you are. You agree?
that I'm not the witness. You're not the witness. Yes, I agree.
You agree that as you sit here right now, you don't have a memory, knowledge, information that he said what you said under oath. I never saw Nick do anything. He didn't say those words.
Those exact words, I could not recall if those what were the exact words, sir.
But even if you can't recall it, you still said it under oath in a murder trial.
Sustained. It's argumentative, sustained.
I'll move on.
Doesn't matter. That got
Thank you,
in. That was
investigator. You may step
critical.
down.
That was good. That was good.
Who is the next witness?
Judge, I think defense had a couple people to call.
Okay. I guess I thought defense said that they're almost done, or state said they're almost done. I'm wondering why the defense is calling theirs now. I guess there's time issues, but I wonder why it's a little weird here. But anyways, we'll keep going. Bush, I hope it makes clear what I'm trying to say here. The drunks and Nick said they punched her. The Barnes said the same. They told the cops there'd be a medical report. No, there wouldn't. There wouldn't be any medical reports or any medical analysis unless they examined Madison. And if Madison refused to be because there's no indication she got examined by anybody, not by the paramedics, not by a doctor, not by your treating your PCP. If she was never examined, there's no such thing as a medical report. Somebody said they got struck in the face. They declined medical treatment. Somebody said they got struck in the face. I observed no injuries. There's no medical report at that point. They tried to take and then Brad says they tried to take his knife by running into it. Yeah. Isaac wanted to hide it in his chest. And this Yard says they're going to go after him in civil court if he walks away. Oh, yeah. The threshold for a wrongful death lawsuit. But you know what? At that point, he lost. His wife divorced him, probably took everything. So he's broken penniless. Have fun with that. And then David says, even if Nick was acting in self-defense and it's justifiable, lying about the situation makes people want to say he's guilty. Here's the thing. Maybe he didn't lie. Maybe he got worked up in the moment. And that's how, remember that shit happened boom, and it's over. Maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe he just completely misremembered it. It happens. But to everybody else, it looks like a lie. To us, it looks like it's a little sketch because it's not completely believable at all. And Enormous says, I hope it doesn't fuck him. I hope the jury realizes those kids were high and drunk and looking for trouble. I hope so too, but we'll have to see what the jury does. Let's see what the jury does. And Bush is right, so it never happened. I agree. If that's what you're trying to get at, fine. But I just wanted to make sure. Well, even if she said she got hit in the face in the remarks, they can't force her to go get medical treatment. She could have a shiner and she doesn't go anywhere for it. There's no medical documentation. Do you want the MS? No. Can they take a look at you? No. Leave me alone. There's no medical treatment. There's no medical records at that point. Paramedics don't say, yeah, we tried to treat these people and they declined, for the most part. A cell phone on edge, maybe shiny, could look like a knife. Yeah, I don't think that he ever claimed there was a knife being involved. So, if she ever had a shiner that if, okay, you guys are thinking way past this. I'm trying to point out the idea that there's no medical documentation. She could be, her eye could be out of its socket. And if she declined medical treatment, there would be no documentation. So even if there were injuries present, there could still be no documentation for it. There might be no medical documentation. Now, unless you're trying to argue that a picture would be medical documentation, fine, but that's not what I assumed you were getting at there. Yeah, the only medical documentation would be declined treatment, yeah. But I agree ultimately, Pixar, it didn't happen. And the fact she deleted it was, Madison Riley, I hope you're watching this, you're a fucking liar, because I don't believe you. Yes. If she's a victim, doesn't she have to consent to the cops taking pics? No. Why? It's on body cam. That body cam would have recorded it. She can't stop them. It's in a public setting. So, yeah. AJ opened his belly to grab the knife with his intestines. Yeah. Kind of like in the thing where it's like, whoa, and it reached out, grabs somebody, sucks him in. So, there was nothing to delete. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, that's a very good point. It could have been like, people are like, "Are you you took a picture, right?" She's like, "Oh yeah, I did take a picture." And the cops are like, "Well, can we have it?" She's like, "I guess I deleted it." Nanya is saying, so we can just lie and say it's trauma now. Hey, remember, I'm giving the defense all the breaks. Remember, the only one side's entitled to a fair trial. The state is not entitled. The state's entitled to a tilted field if they have it. So, Bella's saying, Bella, I'm trying to agree with you that yes, even if you were to look at it on its face, that then they took my knife from me. To everybody else, it's going to look bad. I think there's a lot of things he did wrong here. One of this statement of the kids grabbing the knife and twisting it away. I don't see it. And I don't think that was a trauma thing. I think that was him trying to come up with a story that he thought would work here. I do think Nicolae was trying to sell it more than needed to be done. He should have just said what happened. But obviously that sounds a lot better. Nick says, I mean, if she's a victim, the cops aren't going to force it. Stand right here. We're taking your picture. Click. That's not traumatizing. They would literally collect that evidence if it was necessary. So, Bell's saying, hey, now it's my first comment. I know, but that's why I'm agreeing with you. I'm being, Roman says my chats won't go through YouTube. Yeah, you go on Twitch, they're there. But your chats are showing up somehow. Are you saying your super chats? YouTube does that every once in a while. It's weird. I think it's hard as to go on a jury to throw out all the self-snitching because of trauma. I understand that, but now you've got to throw out, okay, but what about every other witness is pretty much lied or been inconsistent. So what really happened? Oh, it was trauma. I mean, that's my concern for you guys there too. I mean, nobody can be believed. Not guilty, I think, is where you have to go then. Tracy says, if this is my kid, this will be a very difficult trial. Oh, I'm sure it would be. And here's the thing. I will not, if this is my family members, this would be a difficult trial to watch. I'd say, fuck that guy. Here's the thing. Everybody says their family, if you're related to a victim, Almost everybody, my nephew didn't do nothing. My son did do nothing. My brother didn't do nothing. Everybody becomes a didn't do at some point. That is always guaranteed. Like if it was, my brother did something. He didn't do it. I'd be a didn't do right there. Scream as loud as I could, just like everybody else. He didn't do it. That's just nature. You trust your family. So anyways, here we go, guys. Here we go. We need to get going here.
Members of the jury, similar to Friday, sometimes the attorneys make accommodations for witnesses' schedules. The state has more witnesses, but they are not scheduled until tomorrow, I understand.
Yes.
So rather than sending you home, the defense has agreed to call some of their witnesses so that we can continue working. So I will say, I think it's worth saying to the attorneys, I appreciate your flexibility and your professionalism to see that we can keep moving and get some work done today, despite the scheduling obstacles. So we'll continue with defense witnesses. Mr. Torres.
Judge, we're going to call Investigator Defendant.
I'll go get it. Investigator, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath. Yes, I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Trotsy.
Sir, can you tell us your name, spelling your last name?
Andrew Dittman, Dittman.
And sir, what's your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator?
A couple of years. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2012.
And in your role as an investigator, as part of your job, interview witnesses, take statements, things that they might tell you.
Yes,
And was that your role in this particular matter, that you were to take statements from witnesses, might have some information?
correct.
And do you recall either yourself or being present with another officer when there were interviews taken of Ryan Nelson, Juwan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Alex Vang, and Landon?
Yes,
You were present for all of those?
correct.
Those interviews, were they recorded?
Yes.
And they were recorded how?
At the time, we had visual labs, which would have been an application, a body cam application through our cell phone.
And do you recall whether or not each one of those interviews of those 5 people were recorded?
They all were recorded.
And that recording was captured and provided to the DA's office. Is that right, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I want to ask you very few questions on this, but there's been testimony from witnesses regarding what they mentioned to officers during their interview. Okay.
Okay.
You interviewed Juwan Cockfield. Did Juwan Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides. You're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Miu that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Miu told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Miu told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nicolae punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed she punched, or Nicolae punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nicolae punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what started what turned the incident physical.
Yes. From my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
Nothing else.
Mr. Tropesi?
Mr. Bang told me that Mr. Miu slapped the girl, right?
Correct.
So he didn't say that. Right?
Sometimes I guess people classify punch and slap. It's what the person's viewing.
You agree that punch and slap are different things?
It could be, yes.
You agree that you testified under oath that everyone told you it was a punch, right?
I was present during all the interviews that took place. To get to the nitpicky, I'd have to review who told me who punched and who slapped.
I guess what I'm asking you, you just told Attorney Anderson that all of those people told you that Mr. Miu punched this girl in the face, right?
That was brought up multiple times through the interviews that we had conducted, that there was punching, and I don't recall exactly who said he had been, or that he had given a slap.
Okay, if I told you Alex Vang said open hand, have any reason to dispute that's what's on tape?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those people also told you that she was knocked down into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Some people told you that she wasn't knocked down into the water. Right?
Correct.
They all told you that the injuries that were suffered on the river only occurred after Mr. Miu was attacked, though, right?
I guess, what do you mean by that?
Well, they told you that he was punched in the face, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
They told you that some of them might have told you that he was then hit multiple times, correct?
Correct.
Some of them told you that the group.
Which I'm object on leading and also the beyond the scope cross.
Sustained on leading.
Okay. Would you agree that some people that you interviewed explained to you what they observed happening to Mr. Miu after he was punched?
Yes.
Okay. And those descriptions included their belief that he was being attacked. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you know that after that happened, what I just said to you. I'm not.
Get the question in first and then.
You know through your investigation and the interviews that you've conducted, sequentially, after these people told you what they observed happening to Mr. Miu, that's when the incident with the knife occurred, correct? Is that
It is, but it's harmless in this instance.
is that right?
That'd be accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Anderson?
Any of the interviews you're involved in between any of the interviews? Or did you interview anyone from the Carlson group?
I do not believe so.
So you were involved with all the interviews with the boys that were fighting?
Correct.
And whether, do you remember, they're all consistent on the first time it turned physical was Nicolae striking the blonde girl, whether it was punch or slap.
Yeah, I recall, I believe it was Owen that said that he had observed a closed fist punch.
And then later he clarified, he said he believed that Nicolae had punched her, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
Thank you.
Is there another witness?
He's on hold.
Can we approach, Judge? Yes, you may.
All right, chat. Well, hold on here. Got a couple of super chats real quick. Stop B. for $2 says NOTHING. Yup. I mean, they claim they got a lot, but really it's kind of sounding like this right now. It's, you know, oh, wait, where'd it go?
You're here because you got nothing. You got nothing in court. You don't got the bookkeeper. You got nothing. Nothing. And if you were a man, you would have done it now.
Yes, they don't have a lot. It really comes down to, I think, ultimately. But I do want to get to this arson investigator for $49.99. Let's go! Thank you. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it. Says everybody wants to be a gangster until it's time to do the work. Yeah, and these kids, well, they thought they were about it, and then they found out, like, wait, that guy we're fucking with gets a vote too. Everybody in that scrum. Yeah. Oh, you know, I'm holding him down like it's a preschooler. No, y'all wanted to Donnybrook somebody, and guess what? The guy getting Donnybrook gets to fight back, and oh boy, he sure did. So, yes. But thank you very much for the super chat. Tommy gun, full drum. Yep, it's coming through. It's coming through. The instigators are responsible for what happened, and I think that becomes the issue about the instigation. Did he punch her? I don't think it's clear. Did he slap her? Did he shove her? Because if it's a shove, I think, are we really going to get into that? He shoved her, and then the White Knight of Reddit said, "Thou hast ye! Unhand her! Ye villainous scum! Thou shalt not hit a female!" And then he tried to draw his sword, and Nicolae went to town. So the Owen kid didn't seem as dumb as well, no, he seemed as dumb as the rest of them. So yeah, anyways, we're gonna keep going. But arson investigator, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, he pulled his friends back from getting stabbed. That's a smart move. Yeah, I guess Isaac didn't count as a friend. Or it's like, wait, you're like my third place friend. If I have only 2 arms, I'm only gonna grab. They're 3 and 2 arms. Sorry, Isaac. The Romanian Alpha didn't bow down to these angels. Yes. Yes, they never thought the other guy might vote. And that's, guys, that's the thing. When you get into a fight with, here's why I say this. I've said this before. Even if you get, like, if you're at the bar and some guy wants to fight you and you're completely justified, do you really want to get in a fight with that guy? Because let's say his way of fighting is burying a knife in your chest and you die. Fine, he goes to prison for murder. You're dead. Like, getting in fights is retard behavior. Am I saying Nicolae's a bit of a dumb fuck? Yeah. Am I saying these kids are dumb fucks? Yes. Are they all dumb fucks? Yes. So did this collision of stupidity and retardation just boom? Yes. Yes. You know, this is, yes, when you should be always looking to diffuse. And that's why if you have to talk to somebody, figure out a way to de-escalate and talk to people. Well, it didn't implode, it exploded. It's like a bomb going off. It's something you guys have to think about. Is this really, never expect your opponent to make a smart decision or a legal decision. But once again, if you're Nicolae, say, hey guys, you come up to him. Howdy. Hey guys, I think somebody in my group dropped the phone. We're trying to find it. Have you guys seen a phone floating by chance? They start acting like dickheads to you. Okay, fine. Piss up a rope and walk away. But that, notice how I just did that. It's like, yeah, you go, what are you looking for? Fuck you. None of your business. Really? You're like, they might have seen your fucking phone. Like, yeah, like, come on now. Like, there's ways this could have been done. And Nicolae, I mean, like I said, yeah, I'm sure he, being an engineer, he's probably a little spazzy himself, but that's where you go. Like, hey guys, hi, hello, fellow Wisconsiners. I may not sound like it, but I am from your land too. The Yankees are my favorite baseball squadron. Nick is stupid for not always retreating to the group. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but think of the clout. Yeah. Yeah, just walk away. Pride in front of strangers means nothing. I mean, that helps too. That helps too. That helps too. I mean, what Lord Humongous says it. Just walk away. Walk away. Walking away does so much. What, you're worried about these dumb fuck Yoder kids? Like, oh, he walked away. What a fag. What a pussy. You're really worried about these morons worrying about your life? Just walk away. Just walk away. I can't. So the state is hitting him over the head with that last. Well, if here's the thing, if he fucks himself, then he's fucked. If he does, I haven't heard it yet. Right now, the state has not convinced me. I mean, I can't wait to see me explain away. Well, where are you mad that I haven't seen the state's entire presentation of evidence yet? Like, I'm only going off of what they've done so far, and it's not been impressive. Like, how dare I? How dare I? Because remember, it's their job to push that bar up. And right now, lately, they really haven't been able to make progress on pushing that pole vaulter over the bar. I mean, like, what do you want me to do? Say he's guilty and make them work back from there? Like, come on now. Come on now. I hear you fit in the description of a tampon fluffer now. They did it for the culture. Maybe you don't understand. I'm not worried about the kids. It's Nicolae. I mean, at the end of the day, Nicolae could have gone on his own way. Could have done this differently. I think Nicolae could have done this 100% differently. So, the kids also can leave too, yes. But ultimately, Nicolae could have just, could have been like, hey guys, what's going on? It made it sound like he wasn't talking to anybody, which is kind of a fucking asshole thing. Like, especially you're trying to find something. Hey guys, have you seen this thing I'm looking for that's worth a lot of money? Guys got to use your brains out there in society. Drew M says, never back down, always escalate, be a man. That is not illegal advice. That's not good advice at all. That's not good advice at all. 45 minutes of self-stitching is a problem. Yeah, and if he does that, then it's a problem. But I haven't heard it yet. So if I haven't heard it yet, what do you want me to make an argument on? Oh, somebody on YouTube says he does something. Well, he's guilty then. It's like, well, no. Let's see the evidence. They haven't presented that evidence yet. Nothing can change. Oh, great success. A lot can change. Oh, there's a ton of things he can say or not say that could greatly affect his culpability or his perceived culpability in the eyes of a jury or someone like me. There's a million things he could say in that would change my mind. So, no, that is a poor statement to have, saying nothing can convince me. Because you basically are saying always or never. And those are very dangerous words, because when you say always or never, you're opening yourself up to, being wrong. And then, well, now you don't want to change your mind because you said you can't be convinced. Like, things can always change. He should sit in court with his balls. I'm not going to watch the Dalton meeting. Oh, is it? Oh, it's God, it's 7:30 and we're still sunny out. We're going to watch it later. Carrie says Sean has PTSD, which you also know nothing about, apparently. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But for right now, none of that's come up. Steven saying you'd have a duty to retreat. You're right. You don't have a duty to retreat in that situation. But should you? Should the jury be able to say, hey, look, this guy really tried hard to walk away. He did everything he could to walk away from a situation. Yeah. It makes it really easy for you to say, I did everything I could. So yes, walking away, if you can afford to do it, is never a bad idea. It's not, it costs you nothing to walk away if you can afford to do it. Thunderstruck says, so Mute's get a beat down. Well, I'm sure, he's mute, not deaf. So you hear those kids say, what are you doing? Or you come up and wave to him and you start doing sign language, they'll understand, oh, wait, this guy's trying to talk to us. Or if that really happened, you wouldn't send your friend who couldn't communicate with people out into the group. That'd be a little retarded. Nick did tell me he was looking for the phone. Yeah. And, I think I understand that, but I think that probably could have been handled a little differently too. Should Miu be a jail? He completed trial by combat. Yeah. The Dalton meeting tonight. Mayor Lori Lightfoot is there. All right. Well, we're gonna. How much more is left? Not much, guys. We're gonna get through as much as we can, and then we'll start the live stream for tonight if we don't get this caught up, and we'll finish something coming up. We'll finish this a little bit after the live stream if we have to. So here we go. Here we go, chat.
Mr. Trofficy.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Would you state your name and can you spell your last name, please?
My full name is Roberto Valdazo, and you spell my last name B-A-L-D-A-Z as in zebra O.
Okay. And Mr. Valdazo, you were on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were
I
with?
don't know why.
I was with my wife, my 3 children, my cousin,
That's a long
and a friend of
time.
mine and his wife.
Jeez.
And had you been drinking that day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of about how much you had to drink?
20.
I would say the total for the day was about 6 beers.
How would you describe your intoxication level when you were witnessing what you were witnessing?
I was slightly buzzed. I mean, I was still able to walk and talk and such.
Okay. If you said to the, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you said to the police that you were drunk, would that be fair or not?
No, not really fair. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely drinking.
Okay. And so your family, your friends are just kind of having a lazy day on the river. Is that, could that be reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come a point when you're on the river that something draws your attention?
Yeah, we were floating along and we had been stopping along the ways, just kind of meeting people and kind of conversing with other groups. We had just left the little bar. There's a little bar that you kind of climb up the hill and you can order drinks and whatnot. You needed to have cash and we didn't have cash on us, so we just left. We started to take off from there and I noticed, I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked to me like people were dancing, kind of partying. And so I told the group, I said, hey, I think there's people dancing over there. Let's go check it out. So as we started floating up, I started noticing that it looked a little bit more than dancing. I wasn't sure because I can only see like the shadows or outlines because it was so far away. So I started to veer off to the right of the river. And then immediately my wife jumps off and takes off towards the bank. And that's when I took off and followed her.
Okay, I'm going to just back it up for a minute, okay? Now, to be fair, I think your interview with the police, there was questions about your ability to see based upon whether or not you were wearing any type of corrective lenses or anything. Is that fair?
Correct. I actually made that a point right from the beginning.
All right. And how would you, without glasses, because you said you weren't wearing them, right?
Correct.
How would you describe your eyesight?
I mean, it's fair. I can see well enough to drive. I just can't see details that far away.
You can, is it fair to say if I heard you correctly, you can see shapes and outlines?
Correct. A little bit more than just that, though. I mean, I could see what's, I can see that far away. I just can't see in detail, if you will. It's not crisp. It's fuzzy.
And when you see the people that you believe initially might be dancing, about how far away from them are you? Best guess.
I would say approximately about 60 yards or so.
Okay. And can I ask you in terms of, I'm going to try to put this together, 60 yards away, no glasses, how would you describe your ability to kind of see that based on the distance and the no glasses? How does that?
I mean, I can't see detail from that far away, but I can definitely see people.
Okay. Do you hear what's happening?
No, it's loud.
Okay, so you can't hear anything in particular coming from that group. Is that
No,
fair?
all I can hear is water rushing.
And if I heard you right, you said then at some point you believed it didn't look like they were dancing. It looked like there was more going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it looked odd after a minute because there was a lot of, kind of crouching down. Some people were kind of crouching down.
Can I ask you about how long do you think this was going on in terms of what you initially believed might have been dancing and then you believed was something else?
I definitely under a minute, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah. All right. And then if I heard you right, you said that your wife got up and took off.
She did. At that point, we did kind of notice that there was some people laying on the bank. And so at first she had said, I think somebody was impaled by a tree. And so as she was kind of saying that, she was leaping off of her tube to take off running. That's when I took off after her.
Okay. So although you can't hear necessarily what's going on, you heard what your wife said.
Correct. She was right next to me, elbows touching.
And about how far away from the groups that you said you saw like laying there, about how far away from them are you?
Oh, somewhere, I would say in the proximity of maybe 40 feet at that point, maybe 50.
And is your wife ahead of you in this?
Yes, I was pursuing her. Yes.
Seeing what you're seeing that day, did that cause you some concern for either your physical safety or your
No, I
wife's
don't.
physical safety?
At first, yes, my wife, because we had no idea what she was rushing into, or I didn't.
And as a result of your concern for her physical safety, what did you do?
Took off running after her.
Okay, what else did you do?
Tripped over a rock. I had my knife on the inside of my waistband, my swim trunks.
Okay.
And when I came up, the water was about knee high. There was a huge set of rocks there. So my right leg kind of got stuck on the rock. My left tripped or slipped. And I went forward and I felt the butt end of my knife kind of jab me in the stomach. So I reached down and did something. But I kept running towards my wife.
Did you pull your knife out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled out your knife? You just don't remember if you opened the blade or not.
Right, because it had jabbed me, so I don't know if I pulled it out. And the reason for my confusion is when my wife asked, so my wife was asking for a chest seal. I'm pushing up the narrative here a bit. She was asking for a chest seal, so later on, I kind of don't remember if I had pulled out my knife and kept it out when I tripped, but I remember my wife asking for a chest seal. So I turned back to my daughter, Aubrey, and she ran back to our tubes and got me a sandwich baggie. And I don't remember if I cut the baggie to make it lengthier, because it was folded over. But I don't remember cutting the bag. I remember seeing the bag cut open, perfectly squared to make it longer to cover the hole in Isac's chest.
Do you remember that when your wife took off running, that you had said to the police that you were attempting to kind of make a threat assessment at that point as to what was happening?
Correct. I tried to scan in the area, see what was going on, because I noticed there was somebody else that was hurt on this side. So it led me to believe that it could possibly be something like that. So I was kind of just scanning, making kind of a threat assessment. I didn't really see much. So I started focusing on my wife.
And based on that threat assessment, you informed the police that you pulled your knife.
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. If it says that you pulled your knife after doing a threat assessment, would you disagree with that?
I think maybe that's taken out of context because I didn't feel threatened at any point, nor did I pull out the knife in thought of in defending myself or anything like that.
So when you would say to the police, I was looking into the crowd because right away my thought process, threat assessment. Where is the threat? Who is doing what? Let me get a good summary of what's going on here. But then my wife's already en route. So I jump off the tube, take off running. I see what appears to be someone doing this, and then you make a motion. Okay. Then your response is, and so I pulled out my knife, but I don't remember if I opened the blade or if I just pulled it from my trunks. Do you remember that statement?
It sounds like something I would say for sure.
Okay. And I think you said to the police, well, let me ask you this. Did you ultimately keep your knife or was it lost?
It was lost. I don't know what happened to it.
And it was lost presumably in the river?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And do you know what's happening? Meaning, are you able to see what's happening at that point?
Well, yeah, I was focused on my wife and noticed Isac's body laying there. That's where most of my focus was at.
Did you notice, I think you had made mention to the police that you ultimately noticed the individual that you thought was responsible for this, right?
Oh, no, I never said that. And maybe something I said was taken out of context, but I can't see that far.
Okay.
I saw an individual run to the top of the hill, make eye contact with and take off running, but I couldn't tell you who that person was.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to know whether or not that person was involved?
No.
And I know that you assisted and participated with your wife in trying to tend to and take care of Isaac. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come another a point after that happened where you come across something in the river that you think might be relevant?
Yes, I saw the snorkel.
Okay.
Which I didn't know what relevance it played at the time. I just had picked it up, and there was actually a police officer standing with me. We were conversing when I reached down and grabbed it.
Okay.
But another gentleman ran up and was kind of screaming, "That's the snorkel! That's the snorkel!" I didn't know what, so I just handed it to the officer.
Was it one person or a bunch of people that came over to you?
With the snorkel, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I can only remember one man.
Okay. And if you told the police that it was a bunch of guys? and they started coming at you, filming you, and I'm using your words, talking shit to you. Do you remember that?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's on your recorded statement.
Sustained.
Are you aware that you provided a statement providing the information I've just told you?
Yes. Yes, I actually do remember the gentleman coming at me. He was pretty animated. He was heated. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I just told the guy, I said, hey, look, I don't know anything about the snorkel. I just picked up the snorkel. I said, officer, would you like to take the snorkel?
And I guess I just want to clarify, is it one person or more than one person?
I only remember the one guy who was engaging me. There were multiple people around, but the one individual was actually engaging me verbally.
Okay. And was his verbal engagement making you nervous?
No. I wasn't nervous. The police officer was standing right next to me.
Okay. So did you believe that person was going to attack you?
No.
Okay. If you told the police that you believe that?
I told them that he was heated and elevated.
You said it was like they were going to come and attack me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I looked at the officer and just threw the effing snorkel at him. Right?
I don't remember using those words.
Is it, I want to make sure I understand this. Is it, well, I want to put words in your mouth either. Did you or did you not see specifics of what happened with Mr. Miu and any of the people on the river?
No.
Okay. And that was because you didn't have was it because you didn't have your glasses on?
I think it was a combination of the distance. I didn't have my glasses on. I mean, we pretty much arrived after the fact.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
So if I'm understanding right, you don't remember when your knife got lost?
I don't. It has to be sometime between when I left the tube pursuing Andrea or my wife to the shoreline. Somewhere in there. It has to be somewhere in there.
Did you talked about cutting the Ziploc bag, so could it have been after you got to the shore actually?
I don't remember doing
The bag.
cutting the bag, but I remember the bag being cut.
Okay.
I played that in my head. I just can't connect the two.
May I approach?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I'm just going to show the screen grab from Officer Farrell's body cam at 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Is that you assisting CPR on Isaac?
Yes.
It looks like you have your pocket knife in
Yes.
the back of your shorts.
Yes. Let me just.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay. That looks like it's on your back side of your hip.
Yes.
You testified you didn't remember if when it jabbed you, when you tripped on the rock, you didn't remember if you took it out or just slid it over.
Correct.
You agreed. Looks like you slid it over to your back so it wouldn't jab you.
Correct. That makes sense.
So was the rest of your group was over by a sandbar, right? If you remember,
Roughly.
kind of
On
like
the other side of the river.
yeah, kind of after you came around the bend.
Correct.
And were there other tubers there?
Yes.
And were people was there a lot of commotion going on?
Yes.
And people didn't know where the guy with the knife went, the stabber. If you
Correct.
know.
That's no one specifically told me that. I just kept hearing people say, "Where did he go? Where did he go?"
Okay. And when you left to go aid Isaac, did you leave from that sandbar area?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
When you left, like from your group to follow your wife, was that from the sandbar area?
I can't remember where exactly we were on the river in regard to that sandbar. I can't remember if we were before or after it, but I know we were around it.
Did your group stop there and wait? Is that why they were there, waiting for you and Andrea, if you know?
Correct.
Okay. So you might have went straight to Isaac after coming around the bend?
Correct.
Okay. Was Isaac already on the shore when you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else?
Mr. Truffsy?
Sir, if you didn't pull the knife, how'd you lose the knife?
I have no idea. Like I said, we had to make a chest seal. I don't remember, but I may have used the knife to cut the bag open to make it longer because the gash was significantly wide and long.
Mr. Anderson?
You described that your knife you lost to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that they located one that matches the description?
I assumed so. No one actually said they found it, but I assumed they did.
Okay. What kind of knife was it?
It was a knife called, it's made by a company called Tactical Gears.
With a Z?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Baldozzo. You may step down
Thank you,
or
sir.
excuse.
One more witness, but if I could take a brief bathroom break before we call that witness.
Sure, let's come back at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, nice product placement. So let's keep going, guys. We're gonna finish up, and then we're gonna get to the Lori Lightfoot stuff out in Dalton. We'll start the live stream up for that in a second.
Yes, Judge, we had, during the cross-examination of Mr. De La Cruz, I wanted to bring up the fact that during Ariel recorded interview, which I believe has been marked in the transcript, which has been marked. During that recorded interview from August 2nd, that Ariel had said to Mr. De La Cruz, the man was a quiet person. Question, it sounds like all day he was calm too, huh? You, him, the man, Nick, is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? Question, answer, no. Lastly, Mr. De La Cruz statement, Nick's always really mellow and cool, real mellow, calm, and this was a surprise. To which Ariel said, I don't know, man, it all happened too fast, it was too fast. I wanted to bring that up as a prior statement of the witness under 90801 sub 4 sub 8 sub 2, because those statements are consistent with the declarant Ariel's testimony and is offered to rebut an implied charge against the declarant Ariel that he was fabricating or had improper influence. I understand that he may not have been impeached or there was not an express or implied charge that he fabricated his thoughts on Mr. Miu's character. They were attacking his credibility in general. So I imagine, I expect the state's going to say, how do we really know Mr. Miu has such a character? The only people that they called are people who we impeached. So for those reasons, I think it was relevant. It's admissible because of their implied charge against Ariel of recent fabrication or improper influence.
Mr. Anderson?
Under 90404, the permissible character evidence that's allowed is what's already been admitted. Are you aware of their reputation? Do they have a reputation for peacefulness? That's been admitted. The state has not even cross-examined anyone on that. Never suggested. They're just saying that because he's on trial. So to then go beyond that is exceeding what's allowed under 90404. And as attorney Nelson acknowledged, under 90801 for A2, it's only to rebut an express or implied charge against recent fabrication, which we didn't do on that statement. It's in and of itself inadmissible. We didn't accuse him of lying about it. So
I don't agree with his assessment of my argument, but I think Your Honor understands my argument.
The record's been preserved. I ruled it inadmissible. Although the state used Detective De La Cruz to impeach Mr. Chaguez's credibility, it did not mean that everything is admissible. The defense may use prior consistent statements to rehabilitate the credibility of a witness, but the defense is not allowed to use inadmissible character evidence to do so. I had previously ruled, I believe on Friday, that testimony about expansive use of Mr. Miu's demeanor, his personality, his character traits on days other than July 30, 2022 were inadmissible, other than the pertinent character trait of being peaceful. That was the sole character trait that I allowed to come in, and any other descriptions about Mr. Miu's character was inadmissible. I did carve out a small exception because I thought it was relevant to addressing his demeanor on the day in question or at the time of the incident, but the questions that Mr. Nelson was eliciting from the witness went far beyond that exception. So that's why I ruled the way I did. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
And just so you know, maybe at 20, 30 minutes, and that's our only witness left for the day. So I imagine we're taking a break then to come back tomorrow. Does that sound like a plan?
Unless there's more witnesses or videos or something that we can do productive.
we have a little bit to talk about exhibits, so we can do that.
All right. 2 o'clock.
On here, chat. Oom-ba-doo-ba-doo. Here we go.
Mr. Nelson.
You're Amanda Torres?
Yes,
Is your husband Ernesto?
yes,
Do you know this man here to my right?
yes.
Who's that?
That's Nick Miu.
And how do you know Nick?
I've known him for almost 20 years.
How did you get to know him through those 20 years?
Work.
Do you ever socialize with him outside of work?
Yes. Probably the past 5, 6, 7 years.
You've been to his house?
Yep.
He's been to your house? You just need to say yes or no
Yes.
verbally, or as opposed to just shaking your, nodding your head. Does it make sense? Does-
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about Mr. Miu's character, okay? Do you feel like you know his character?
Yes,
Does he have a character for peacefulness?
yes.
I want to now switch a little bit and ask you in general about July 30th of 2022, okay? Were you on the river that day with your husband and Nick's wife
Yes,
and other friends?
yes.
During that time, did you see people within your group drinking alcohol?
They had a few.
Did you observe anyone that was intoxicated?
No.
Did you have any concerns about anybody's level of intoxication? How about Nick in particular?
No.
I want to ask you about a knife, okay?
Yes.
Have you seen Nick carry a pocket knife before?
Yes,
Have you seen him use that pocket knife before?
yes.
How can you just describe in what context or where you've seen him use that pocket knife?
He always seems to have one, like at our house with a pool, help setting up the pool and things like that. And that's about it, all I've really seen.
Have you seen him use it as a tool to fix things?
Yeah, yes,
Have you seen him use it as a sharp item to cut rope or other matters?
yes.
On that day, did you see Nick with a knife?
I believe I did, like at the beginning.
On that day, did you see Nick use the knife to cut some rope?
Yes, I think I did, yes.
At some point on that day, did you become aware that someone in your group had lost a phone?
Yes,
Whose phone was lost?
Ariel.
Up until that point, can you just describe Mr. Miu's demeanor, your observations of him that day?
He was happy. Everybody was relaxed. He was relaxed, just having a good time, just relaxing on the river.
Same character you've seen of the 20 years over that you've known him.
Yes.
When Ariel lost his phone, did you see, I don't want to know the contents, but was there discussion about what to do?
I didn't really hear much of that conversation. I just knew that he lost it, and Nick said, "I'll go find it. I can go find it." I know Ariel said, "Don't worry about it."
Did you see Nick leave to go, what you thought was him going to look for the phone?
Yes.
At the time that he left, what was he wearing?
What's he wearing?
What's that?
Shorts.
Had you seen him wearing other items earlier in the day?
A shirt and a hat, I think.
Had you seen him snorkeling earlier in the
Yes.
day? When you saw him snorkeling earlier in the day, did he wear his hat and sunglasses?
No.
Did he wear his shirt?
No. He put it back on when he came back.
We'll get to that in a second. When you saw him leave to go look for the phone, did he have his snorkel and goggle with him?
I didn't notice that.
My understanding is, just to cut to the chase here, that you didn't observe anything going down, happening downriver between Nick and any other group of people. Do you
No.
agree?
Yes.
The first you learned about it is you heard somebody say something, right?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Sandy said, "Nick's in trouble. Nick's in trouble. Go help him."
And when you heard that, did you see people in your group leave?
I think it was Ernesto and Ariel. I think that was the only two people I saw.
Once you heard that, though, you still weren't able to, for whatever reason, you either didn't look or you couldn't see what was going on down there.
I couldn't from where I was sitting, and the tubes were, whoops, sorry, in front of me, and I couldn't really see over it. I had to get up, like stand up.
And I see you're wearing glasses today.
Yeah.
Were you wearing glasses when you were going down?
Sunglasses.
Okay, prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
So your vision wasn't impaired from lack of glasses?
No.
It was more just your positioning where you were at?
Yes.
And I understand at some point after this, you saw Nick come back to your group, is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see him walk up. I just was standing, just watching the crowd, and then he just appeared on my right side.
Okay, and now I'm gonna ask you some questions, but I don't want the content of the words, okay? So I'm gonna ask you about, did you ask Nick what happened?
I looked at him and I said,
Did you ask Nick what happened, yes or no?
yes,
And you can't tell me the words, but did Nick tell you an answer to that question?
yes,
He gave you an answer.
yeah, a few words.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about what you saw of him, okay? When you were having that conversation with him, you're standing right in front of him? Again, you just need to give a verbal answer,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay. And when you've seen him for 20 years, right?
Yes.
In that time, I think you spoke with the police before, but when you're sitting there on the river or standing there on the river talking to him, How did he appear?
We're in shock.
What's that?
In shock, just
And-
stunned and like frozen.
Have you seen him in that state before?
No.
I think you'd previously used words like ghostly white or pale.
Yes.
Would those accurately describe what you saw him that day?
Yeah. Yes.
I think you'd said he had a ghost look on his face.
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
You concluded based upon your knowing him for as long as you had that he appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but shock like as in a physiological, psychological condition.
Yeah.
Obviously not from a medical term, but just a colloquial person term, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Can I ask any questions?
Yes. So you told law enforcement Nick wasn't,
No.
right? No, you didn't tell that, say that, or yes, you did say that.
I believe I said that.
You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them?
Oh, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't on that day?
No. Not that I know.
So as far as you know, there's no reason Nick would say, I was drinking a lot?
No.
So did you see injured people?
I did not. I saw the young boy on the side. I didn't know what his injuries were.
You saw he was getting CPR?
Yes.
And did you see someone else on the shore being aided?
No.
You didn't hear anyone crying for help or anything like that?
I did not. It was really loud. There was screaming and people running. But no, I didn't see anybody else injured.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
So Nicolae was in shock and you determined that because his face was pale and what, not speaking?
Yeah, he just said a very brief few words and just stood there just kind of like in shock.
Okay. Can I get a couple exhibits? 7 and 63. Was he stiff or rigid or like his body?
I'd say kind of stiff.
He wasn't like relaxed at all? or
No.
I'm gonna show you a video and ask you some questions about it. Exhibit 60, or no. So was he like that the whole time you're with him until he was taken into custody?
Yes.
So stiff, rigid, not talking, white face, anything else?
No.
This is exhibit 85.
Sorry, guys. He's heard some fireworks. He's like freaking out. The 10th is his coming home day.
Spinning, I apologize, Judge. All right, can we have the monitor, please? Something's wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna have Investigator Schultz do it. All right, I want you to pay attention to Nicolae in this video. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
He has something like a timer in his hand. Take a picture and save it. I don't take a picture, take a video.
You pause.
Take a video.
He looks pretty nonchalant, relaxed in that video, agreed?
Yeah.
And that was after you had left the incident location, right? Doesn't look stiff.
Not that I can see, no.
He's leaning
See his
back.
face.
He's leaning back in his tube and paddling along with his hand.
Mhm, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good look after you just get into a thing there, unless you didn't realize you stabbed nobody. But yeah, that's not a good look.
Show you another video. So you've known him a long time. You said you could recognize that he was in shock. So I want to ask you about this video. This is the 23-second body camera share. I think we're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here? Okay.
Somebody,
All
I
right.
hear somebody got stabbed.
Um,
And I fit the description.
yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Agreed. He doesn't look pale or ghostly white there.
No,
He doesn't sound distressed. Agreed.
he sounds a little distressed.
He does.
I think so.
Okay.
I was pretty crafty getting that in. I'll give him credit. That was a good job.
Why? What about it sounds distressed?
Just the way he's talking. I mean, it's not, he's more energetic, more, not just kind of sitting there.
Could also be because he's nervous because of what just happened. And
Yes.
okay. And do you know if you don't know if him being quiet was because he was afraid he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock, right?
Yeah.
You do know?
No, I don't know. Say that again.
You don't know if he was quiet and different than how he normally is because he thought he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock.
I think in shock.
You think, but you don't know, right?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Nothing else.
Nelson?
I came here to tell the jury about your observations of the man you know, correct? And the observations that you told the jury, were those accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you saw? Then you were asked some questions about a video. Was that at a different time than what you told the jury about what you saw?
The video I just saw?
Yeah, I think there's 3 moments in time you were asked about. I asked you about what did Mr. Miu look like right when he came back to the tube.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then you were asked, shown a video about another moment in time that's
Yeah.
later, correct?
Later, yeah.
You agree that's about an hour later?
Yeah.
Do you know what time that video is taken in relation to when you made your observation of him in shock?
The second?
The video where he was sitting in the tube, do you know when that was in time in relation to when you saw him with a white face and pale?
Oh, maybe 20 minutes. I'm just guessing.
Okay. Did you, when he came back to the tubes, did the group wait at the tubes or did they leave right away?
No, we waited.
Do you know how long the group waited?
Well, it seemed like a very long time, but it's probably maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when that video was taken right away when you guys started going back down? Or was
Across.
it near the exit or was it some other time? Do you know when that video is?
I think towards the exit.
Okay. Do you know how long the trip was from when you left the sandbar after the 20, 25 minutes that you stayed there until you got to the exit?
Is it like 45 minutes, I think?
So would you, I'm just trying to get us to the math here. Sounds like it's about an hour after when you had the conversation with him where you were talking.
I think so, yes.
Okay. In that video that we saw, were you able to see his face?
No.
Do you know what Mr. Miu was doing in that 60 minutes between the time that you described him as shocked, stunned, rigid until that time?
What he was doing? No,
Do you know if at all his appearance changed?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face.
Do you know if it did change, when it changed?
No,
Do you know if it did change, why it changed?
I don't know.
You were then asked some questions about what you saw, this 23-second video. That's a different moment in time, agreed?
Yes.
And think, does that happen after the video where you see him in the water or before the video in the water?
Which video?
There was a video of Mr. Miu in the back of the squad car
Okay.
that was 23 seconds long.
Yes.
Do you know, did that take place before he was in the tube that we saw or after?
That's
he was-
after.
And then that video, could you see his face?
Yes.
When you saw his face there, did you, having known this man, think that he looked like he was in some sort of distress?
It looked to me, yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
The reason you waited 20 minutes is because Eric Von Williams was helping with the people who were injured, right?
I didn't know he went down there.
And then when you eventually did leave, it was because Nicolae said, let's go, right?
He did not say let's go.
He didn't?
I didn't hear it.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. You may step down.
You did a
Nelson,
good
do you have
job at
a witness?
diffusing that one. So
But not for today. So those are the only witnesses we had. We're able to call on short notice to get prepared for today.
Very good. Anything else that we can do today, Mr. Anderson?
Not in the presence of the jury, no, just some exhibits I think we need to clean up.
So we can do that after we excuse the jury. Members of the jury and
All right, let's hear what they got any exhibits to cover.
the defense witnesses. You have some exhibits that you want to pick up where we left off with the defense witnesses.
Exhibit.
Which I'm not sure they established the foundation. I think there's testimony from Ms. Standard was she didn't know who brought it, whether that potential problem with chain of custody were objecting, but that's the issue.
Mr. Anderson?
The lab analyst testified that based on the receipt, it was dropped off in person by Sally Standard. There's no other Sally Standard as testified to by Sally Standard. She said she couldn't remember if she brought them, but she has in the past.
I think there is adequate foundation for receipt of Exhibit 19. Any irregularities associated with the investigator's lack of memory of the actual transit, I think are questions for the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. So 19 is admitted. Anything else?
Is that it?
Information, yes, contact information. This is a redacted version, just taking out that personal information. So I just asked if we can, I understand there's no objection, replace the current Exhibit 40 with this one.
Correct. So we have Exhibit 40 in our custody right now, correct?
Yes.
Show the clerk.
Okay, so correcting up little stuff here, little bits and pieces.
Okay, what I'll do then is I'll receive Exhibit 40 that we now have. We received under seal since it contains personal identifying information that could be considered confidential. You'll offer what I'll mark as 40A, which is the redacted version, and you do not have an objection.
Agreed.
All right, so 40A is also received. Exhibit 4T, however, will be received under seal.
And then the other one, I think, the river map, the big one.
It was here this morning.
Yes, I think it's 89. 89.
Any objection?
No judge.
All right, 89 is received for illustrative purposes.
That's all I can remember off the top of my head. Slide 13. Yes. No, that was a different slide that I was referring to. Just when I zoomed out. Can I ask the clerk if there's any other ones that show discussed and not admitted?
While she's doing that, Mr. Trophy, Mr. Nelson, do you have any exhibits that need to be addressed?
I think 102 through 112, the one was offered and they've all been received.
The only thing I have is the 2 rental receipts, which I can turn back to state.
Yeah, we decided not to admit that, so I think we're good.
One thing I just put on the record, Judge, I talked to the clerk earlier. When the sergeant nurse was testifying, somehow she ended up with 2 copies of, I believe, the report. They both had evidence stickers on them. One was a photocopy. The one with the yellow sticker was missing pages. She testified from the one that was the photocopy. That's what the board has.
Okay.
It has all the pages.
I think the yellow sticker one put all the pages there, so they might not be together because they weren't stapled, they were loose. And so my hope is that they're somewhere in that pile of papers that were on there. I'm happy to help look for those.
I didn't find them, so we just gave her she kept the copy with all of it.
It appeared to be together, it's stable. And the stable was not.
So the original wasn't stapled.
The one that had the plaintiff's sticker on it, that had the information was stable.
In any event, maybe when we're done with court today, the attorneys can just visit with the clerk to make sure that all of the exhibits are where they're supposed to be and intact. Is there anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, we'll start again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Since we're ending early, we're going to recess. I would like to meet with the attorneys so we can at least start talking about jury instructions. Let's use our time wisely. So meet with the clerk afterwards, take a break, and then we'll come back in and just have an informal discussion about the jury instructions.
What time do you want us back in?
2:45. Court is recessed for the day, however.
All right, guys. So, interesting. Apparently he was looking for little girls to punch. Yeah. Well, guys, like I said, this trial's far from over. There's still a lot more evidence to get through. Maybe they have the thing where it's like completely, he's got no defenses out there. Like, this is still kind of up there in the air. This judge does not want to waste a minute. Yeah. Well, and I give him credit for that, but when's this thing gonna end if they keep on jerking this out? Like, I hear fit the description says it's a 45-minute interview. Well, let's fucking get on with that. Let's go. I want to hear this shit. Let's not bogart it. If they had a witness who could have done it already, I'm a little concerned they didn't. Like the chief investigator didn't do that interview. Like something seems a little sus to me about that. But hey, I'm assuming it's there if you're telling me about it. But we didn't see it today at trial. So, guys, that is it for today. They want to end with it. They want to end their case with it, fine, but they gotta, like, when's their case gonna end? They can't. You can't just sandbag the defense, let them rest, and say, "Oh, by the way, Judge, here's our thing." No, they've got to drop it. It's Lieutenant Brandy Hart they want to end it with. Well, where the fuck's Lieutenant Hart at? Tomorrow they end the case. Okay. Where's Lieutenant Hart been? Because that's a big issue. Bush is saying Maddie was a smoking gun. It's a big one, but it's not the bombshell. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happened there. We'll see what happens. So is the state resting early? No, I think they're resting. Oh, well, Erin Hack saying her pretrial testimony was not very believable. Well, sounds like we're going to have a lot to talk about, chat. We're going to have to watch that tomorrow late because I am busy doing stuff tomorrow, so I will not be around. It's going to be a lot like today. We'll be catching up. 300 people watching over here on YouTube. Thanks for being here, guys. And from there, yeah, there's not a lot else to say right now. If you guys are new, on Mondays, we always... Well, anyway, starting at 8:30, we usually do a live show over at potentiallycriminal.locals.com. If you guys want to join us, use the promo code SWITCHY. You get 1 month free access, which would get you to this show we're going to do. But it's going to be a show for YouTube members and locals people. Just doing one more week to make sure everything works out. And I'm going to try to do, using Rebel Studio, like a crossover for everybody. So... it should be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see you guys there. So, until next time, guys, till tomorrow. Even though he did it, I still don't think Nicolae Miu is guilty yet. They haven't convinced me. We'll see, though. So, you're off to Runkle? Well, have a nice night. No, Alpha, I told you, it's not big enough. Your mom should have told you to get a bigger nozzle. So, the Emmy will be tomorrow. Yeah, well, we'll see. So, guys, take care, everybody. Have a great night. Bye.